No, I mean that's what was my question.
Oh, from my perspective.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's like, well, this, the in-person community is fine. I don't know. It just seems like a toxic cesspool online.
Yeah. Where isn't it though?
That's true.
The meta filter.
Right.
Honestly, like my Twitter feed is quite lovely. I think you can find your home. You can find a place.
I'm glad it hasn't been infested with stuff.
No.
That is refreshing to hear.
Maybe that's just luck.
Oh yeah, Beach does go down a ways.
It's pretty big. Yeah. Yeah, and it's rural down there.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's amazing. I can go like either south or east for like 15 minutes and then
Do you like roller coasters?
no.
And I would not recommend that you go to Six Flags.
Oh, I've driven by it,
Yeah.
but that's as far as I go. No, I mean I don't hate them. I'm just kind of.
Are you new to the area?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, just got here.
Hey, hi. Then I recommend the Maryland Renaissance Festival.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's in Anne Arundel County, and it's the nicest Renaissance fair. Like,
Anne Arundel, what I've seen of it is pretty nice.
yeah. But the Renaissance fair is just lovely, great music. It's heated, very cozy.
Is it like spring or?
Summer into fall.
Oh, do you know Steve Winnick at
Yeah.
Library of Congress?
Yeah.
You know, he and I are college
I didn't know that.
classmates.
No
We
kidding.
actually lived next to each other freshman year.
Stop. Really?
Yeah,
Where did you guys go to college?
at Columbia University.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's so
Yeah,
weird.
so it's funny when I saw him wind up at
Stedelijk museum, die volgens een zeer moderne methode worden
I had no
ontwikkeld.
idea he was working there. He
Via
was
een
dressed up
hoorapparaat
like
krijgen ze
the pirate, right?
Oh,
Ja,
I was walking by him like,
introduced me to. Okay.
de gesproken
Steve.
tekst is opgenomen op een soort.
Wow.
what's up, buddy?
Yeah, it was disappointing. He introduced me to him this year, but there was no pirate costume.
He wasn't
I was
pirated
very
this year.
disappointed.
I pirated last year.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. We did the children's floor. The kids really love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were buccaneers.
Book.
Some of the kids, they were like, "Are you really a pirate?" And I was like, "You're too dumb to be here. It's time for you to go."
Perhaps a national TV festival for you.
They, my kids love that every year, just to
The
do
book festival?
just to go to the 50 plus foods.
Oh, they
to
do
get the
that?
little bit- Oh, yeah, they
Good
love
for
it.
them. Wow.
They love it.
The Pavilion of the States.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I actually did that. That kid that we brought along.
Right. Yeah. You
Yeah,
brought
he
it
did
too.
that. Yeah.
You just
He had a
found a
great
random
time.
kid. You're like,
No, it was my friend's coworker's kid, and we decided to do a good deed and bring him to the book festival and had a great time.
Yeah, the book festival's fun.
Yeah. I had no idea until we started updating the article about it, that it didn't start until Laura Bush's tenure, which is really interesting. 'Cause I grew up in the DC area and I don't remember it. Now it makes
That
sense.
explains why, yeah.
I'm like, this is really cool. Why didn't I know this?
It's
when I was
amazing that
growing
they've
up?
been able to keep it going after hers. Like,
Yeah.
so the White House no longer supports it.
Mm.
They have to fundraise on that.
Hopefully it's pretty easy each year to do that.
It's not.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it's
Really? Such a great event.
it is. And it's hard. Some years they get corporate sponsors, and so 1 year Target had a fund to promote literacy.
Right.
And so they
That was
paid
when it was
for-
still outdoors, right?
That was when it was outdoors, and they paid for all the kids' stages.
Right.
But then they stopped, they switched their philanthropy strategy, and
Mm.
yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess for a donor, I mean, it's really great for DC locals, but for outside the DC area, what's
Yeah.
the impact,
It's
right?
hard to.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of rich people either, like compared to New York or like other cities that I think it's easier to fundraise in.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Bezos,
Yeah.
books, Bezos, Amazon. But he's weird with his philanthropy.
Is he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not obviously flashy, like wanting to like put his footprint on something like that.
I want to get some of that Elon and Musk money. Like I told everyone, I was like, I'll let him launch a car into the side of the building. He'll pay for something. Come on,
So
bro.
he's in trouble now a little bit.
Just not the
right?
Jefferson building.
Yeah, not a
What are the
Jefferson.
other?
Yeah, any other-
Madison,
Madison.
yeah.
Definitely Madison. I would love to someone launch a car on the side of Madison. That is a monstrosity. The 80s.
Yeah.
We should never have let those people architect.
Yeah,
That is
isn't-
the only building that was built for humans. So the other two buildings were built for books.
Mhm.
The Madison building was built for humans, and there are no windows.
Right. It's crazy.
Yeah, the ceilings are so tall and pointless. They're like it's like it's made for giant humans.
It's
It's the only building that's typed up on that elevator.
yeah.
It really sticks out.
It's the only DC monument to Jimmy Madison.
Isn't that right?
That's right.
Interesting.
He lives in like a cavernous hallway all by himself. I go visit every once in a while.
That's fascinating. I didn't know that. Hmm. I'm trying to remember when the book festival was outdoors. It was really great, but did you have to pay like an exorbitant rent to the park service?
I didn't work there
Oh, okay.
at the time. I think my first year was when it was indoors. We paid a lot of money to visit commissions.
And that's the thing. I was wondering, like, do you get a break for using the mall when you had outdoors? Yeah.
It was better outside. I liked it.
It was great. We probably had fewer rooms, tents. But yeah, the convention center is hard to, yeah,
It,
it's like tough to get around that. Yeah.
but the all-weather thing was nice. And when it rains, we get great numbers.
Right.
Kids are like ready to hang themselves, like
Right.
looking for anything to do.
Right.
I never realized like what a large percentage of parenting is trying to figure out what to do with these people when the weather's bad.
Yes.
Like that's like 30% of the work actually.
Is
It's
it?
like, right? Don't you think? Like, I guess we'll go to the mall and walk around because otherwise you're gonna tear each other apart.
Right. Well, at least in DC, you got world-class free stuff to
It's
do
true.
on a regular day.
Yeah. That's nice. Do you live in?
I live in Potomac, Maryland.
Okay. Oh,
So
nice.
it's not that close, but it's not that far.
Yeah. We live on the hill.
That's nice.
Yeah, we got lucky. We bought early. We couldn't afford the place we lived in. Yeah, we bought it now.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Effie doesn't live too far from that.
Effie lives nearby.
Yeah.
Like down the street. We have our kids are in different schools. But
Mm.
what's Potomac?
Not much culture, but it's a nice environment for kids.
Yeah, schools are good, right?
Schools are good. We're in the middle of transitioning our kids to another school because we got this language immersion program.
Really, what language?
Chinese.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so
awesome.
There's so much demand for it. We've just been in the lottery pool for a long time.
The Chinese immersion school that you see is the school with the most competitive.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Fantastic.
Yeah. So that's good. Yeah, we have friends in the DC immersion program, and we're just being casual about it, and then we finally got the notice. But it's going to be tough to switch these kids mid. They just turned 8.
Okay, both of them.
Yeah.
Good job, just bang it out.
Yeah, they're pretty
Batch
malleable.
process them.
Right.
Yeah.
But we got to find out. We're still trying to find out a way to say this is an upgrade. It is an upgrade. But we're trying to say, okay, is it we do treat like it's the X-Men school with like Dr. Doom, like going to
Yeah.
But I don't know. We're not sure. We've never done this before with like plucking kids out mid-semester and swapping in different programs.
That's stressful. But it'll be over. Like, it'll be hard, and then it'll be fine. Right?
At least our kids aren't shrinking violets or anything.
They're not what?
They're not shrinking violets.
Okay.
Really
So they're in third year?
They're in second.
Second.
Yeah, they're all for their age.
How long will they stay in the program?
So they can stay in up until 5th grade.
Okay, great.
Well, it's okay.
So we'll see. Oops, sorry about that.
Hello, Hitchcock.
Hey there. Plug a battery into this thing.
Do you have kiddos?
I don't know where people get the internet, honestly.
It's a big pain in the ass.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
not gonna lie.
I'd like to someday. I got tired just hanging out with these kids.
It's hard. It's hard. It is harder than I thought.
How old are yours right now?
4, just one.
4.
And at 4, I'm enjoying 4.
Oh yeah.
I did not like having babies. They're stupid. You can't talk about them.
Well, you can.
You can.
They don't say
Yeah.
anything until they respond.
No. And like you can't be like, stop,
That is an advantage.
stop eating bleach. Like don't eat bleach. It's bad for you. You can't call them. I took her to the park once and she was like, what the heck? And I looked over at her mouth. And I was like, what's in your mouth? And she opens it and it's fucking rocks.
Get over this and they have
You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
people,
but yeah, that's
you can't,
Not more sophisticated than that.
why, mouth, like, they're not normal, reasonable kids. Yeah. It's a 4-year-old.
Learn by failure mode, right?
Yeah, yeah. But like, if you die, it's my problem. I have to clean up the body.
Yeah. So that's it, right? That's what dominant is. Yeah. Sorry, we took a cab. Oh, because we had to get lower this keynote or here. I'm not keeping track of what the lectures are keynote, so we took a cab.
Don't be sorry. I'm sorry.
Did the bus show up where you guys were standing, or you had to walk to the bus location?
It showed up behind the bus that we were standing
Oh, okay.
behind.
Good.
So, yeah. The bus behind pulled out. Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, I did start doing it now that we're all up here. But you know who didn't make it on the bus? Was Richard.
Oh no, it was too full?
No, when we drove by the hotel, he was
Yikes. We put on Telegram, like we're waiting out here.
I don't know. This is probably the
My point is that in museums, the thing I want to say is that museums themselves.
close in person.
So it's not just museums.
And if you took a cab, you probably would this here. The bus took us like amazing through these. I felt like I was going through the forest.
I think it was that.
We were going through very residential.
Yeah. No, not having these guys. It's like, sorry why disruption works so much better in that space.
That's okay. I don't know. Andrew apologized as well. I was like, no, you gotta do what you gotta do.
No, like, you know, it's like where like museums, they have no way of measuring relevance. Yeah. I think Harry's smart. I think conceptually is really smart. It's a good first step. It's like implementing it.
how do we try and quantify
You're Wikipedia outside.
It's like a long while. It's
I have to write it on my back. Outside as well.
But I haven't sit down with Harry as much as I could have done to understand it. But in the same way, if I can't digest it, I stand up.
That's one big screen.
It was really a good initiative.
I know, we do need some cool ways.
Thank you for everything.
Sure.
But I think we did we miss the party coverage? There was no coverage for the party
For video?
for the video
Oh no.
because we had a huge dance today.
Right. No, but see, the party is like private. Like,
Yeah.
You should have no intrusion on your celebration. Like what goes on the party stays in the
Yes,
party.
true.
Protect the innocent.
Yes, it is there with us. We carry it back. So, any plan for India?
We have a gentleman called.
Not anytime soon, but let us know.
Yep.
Let's know if we can do something.
Yeah, we're trying to do something.
No, that
In Calcutta.
That'd be great.
And it will be a very good place.
I heard
And
you. Are you
and-
folks in touch with the Southeast Asian Pacific folks, the ECAP?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
I
just
think-
new to Wikimedia,
Right.
2 years almost.
Okay.
So yes, I'm part of the group.
Right. So even though you're not technically ECAP, you still want to work with you. I
Yes,
think.
yes, we can do that. a lot of things happening in
It's actually pretty
Indonesia,
informal.
doing very well.
Didn't India have two people who went to the conference in Bali? Do you know?
Or him to understand why
I hadn't heard of it.
Okay.
APIs,
Maybe.
They had their conference in May.
why we should
But one I know that one guy came here. He went to Mauritius for a Hindi conference.
Mauritius? Oh, okay.
For a Hindi conference, and it was been sponsored by Foundation.
No, we've had a. What conference was it? It's been
It
a.
was for
I feel like most people should know. It's been a BN.
Language conference, okay.
It's one of those scale
Sorry, I'm just swapping
Yeah,
a
yeah.
second.
institutions doesn't scale.
I need to learn what exactly you do it.
Well, this is just YouTube Live here, which is one of the easiest things. So the most important thing is make it close to a speaker. Because, you know, the funny thing about these talks, the audio is more important than anything else.
Yeah, yeah.
So you just want to make sure you get a good, clean audio there. Let me see if this is...
So it goes live automatically, or you're recording
It's
it?
live right now. So I turned it on earlier, and now it's
I'm
live.
going to get objective. I was saying I have to admit, I find it really like too much time spent to innovate.
Yeah.
Rather than something really well. Seriously, like just get search work on your website, or get start digitize and organize your data.
Really studio session was good.
More long-term
Really
value.
learning. Everywhere I'm getting knowledge. You just pick it up.
This is your first international conference?
Yes, actually yes. Because, no, 2 weeks back I won an award in Romania. I went there.
Oh,
So it was a bit of conference type. 17 Wikipedians from all over the world was there. So
17?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was also a touch of conference international, but this is my first, and I love it.
It's a good community of folks here.
And to be very frank, I'm almost 15 years in software, but I never heard of I can contribute.
Good morning. Morning. We're going to start.
Feel free to shout it.
Might have some people dropping in a little bit later. Yeah, welcome to the third day of GLAM WIKI 2018. I hope you all enjoyed the conference so far. Today is the last day, and I hope we still have some capacity to absorb some more GLAM and Wiki, because even though today's program is shorter, it's no less exciting than the other days. It's just more packed. So, without further ado, let me introduce today's keynote speaker, Loic Talon, Chief Digital Officer at the Metropolitan Museum of Art of New York, or the Met. In case you didn't know, this is the largest art museum in the United States. And according to Wikipedia, in 2016, the Met was the third most visited art museum in the world, with more than 7 million visitors, and the fifth most visited museum of any kind. Loic's expertise is in helping cultural institutions think strategically about how to adapt to new technologies, and in particular, the finer details of capacity building, development, budgeting, delivery, and operation of mobile apps, websites, and other types of mobile experiences. Prior to joining the Met, Loic ran a digital strategy consultancy that worked with institutions including the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, the Whitney Museum, the National Gallery in the UK, and the Louvre Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. He joined the Met Museum in 2013, first as Senior Mobile Manager, and since 2016 as Chief Digital Officer. In this role, he oversees all aspects of the museum's digital products and profile, ranging from the collection database and collection online to selling admission tickets online, and from producing new audio tours, exhibition promo videos, 360 degrees videos, to delivering email and social media campaigns. Each year, the digital department serves over 31 million users online through the museum's website, over 100 million users on third-party platforms, including Wikipedia, manages all content related to the museum's 440,000 digitized artworks, and oversees online revenues totaling over 20 million. We are so pleased Loic could make it here to our conference and share his knowledge and insights with us.
It's my son. It's his birthday today, so I'm missing his first birthday. This is my way of showing my wife that I'm not completely heartless. Yeah, this is little Luke. In his, and you know, it's funny because my presentation is called Why, which I thought was kind of surreptitious after having a photo of a baby. But it is kind of like the fundamental reason why we're kind of all doing this is to like help people, the next generations, like have something to, a good world to come into, ultimately, help people think and make good decisions in the future. But why I'm going to answer here, though, is more about the Met. Guys, who's been to the Met here? Awesome, thank you all for going there. For those that haven't been yet, I encourage you to visit. It really is a pretty awesome institution. And what I wanted to talk about is actually, it's been really interesting for myself to be here. It's my first time coming to a Wiki GLAM conference or Wiki conference of any sort. It's been super interesting to see how the Wiki community talks about how they work with GLAMs. I was in a fantastic session 2 days ago talking about success criteria, like how do we measure success on Wikimedia platforms, which I find to be deeply interesting. I've been hearing some of the fantastic work happening around Wikidata as well, which I'm super excited by, and to hear the conversations happening on this side, on the Wiki side, has been really inspiring. And so I've been thinking, like, what could I talk about here, which I think would be interesting to people from the Wiki community, about what's happening at the Met. And fundamentally, I thought the thing that I can bring to the table is the Met's perspective about why we decided to do anything on the Wikimedia platforms. Because it was a big decision for us. It took many hours of discussion. But I do think it was a really cool decision. It was a very strategic decision. I think if I can explain that strategy, like how we reached that endpoint, the big picture it's part of, because for us, the work on the Wikimedia platforms is just one part of a bigger picture. Hopefully that would both help the Wikimedia community in understanding the museum perspective to this from a very strategic side, and also help other institutions who are thinking maybe of making the same kind of decisions, what the path is to that. Okay, so that's what I'll be talking about. That's the wonderful place that I work. And it's, I've got some photos here of the interior just because it's one of these places. I think it's really important, and I just got some little slides. This is actually my walk to work. I go through Greek and Roman galleries every day. It's amazing. So the Met is, we said some stats a moment ago. The stats I would really encourage you to think about. So we get 7.3 million visitors a year to the physical building. So it's an enormous number of people. Our operating budget is $317 million, sorry. It's a mistake, 317. So like enormous sum of money for a museum. We have 1.5 million artworks covering all times and cultures. Internally, there's about 2,200 staff in the museum. So think, really significant scale. And so I think it's very important that when I talk about what's happening at the Met, I recognize the scale and frankly the privileging position we have at the Met when we're dealing with particular issues that other institutions, most other institutions are significantly smaller than the Met. So what I've tried to do here is by explaining the narrative of how we got there. I do think this is something that scales, downwards as well as upwards. So hopefully the way I'm talking about it, although I'll tell you that I have a digital team, a team working with me of about 65 people, so significant number of people working on digital activity. In my opinion, it scales to an organization of 2,200 people in a way that I feel quite comfortable with. But it is something worth us all considering as you think through how you prioritize. It's actually, I think, one of the greatest challenges we have in institutions is that question of prioritization. So to give you a sense, just very quickly, about what the department does, I explain many times, like, the role of a digital department is not to run the website. I actually believe the role of a digital department, I believe the role of a chief digital officer, my job is to make myself redundant. Okay, so I always say my biggest success measure will be when there is no chief digital officer. If I can leave and they don't replace me with a chief digital officer, it means that many people are using digital and they haven't seen the need to centralize everything under this thing called digital. It'll just become a given in the museum. So what I like to say that the department is doing is we're leading digitization of practices, of processes, of workflows throughout the museum. We're helping the museum become more digital in every way that it works, to the point that we won't mention the digital part anymore. Just in the same way, if I asked, if someone came and told me, oh, I wrote a letter to my friend the other day, I would assume, so I wrote to my friend the other day, I would assume that they wrote an email. Like, I'm not going to assume they wrote on a piece of paper, folded a piece of paper up, put it into an envelope, wrote an address on it, and posted it, and then waited for an amount of time for that letter to arrive. Or just when someone tells me they check their bank balance, you assume they open an app and check their bank balance. Or someone tells me they've met they have a new girlfriend. I'm going to assume they met them online. And just, there is, digital in many other spaces has become like the non-talking point. It's just banking. It's just catching a cab. It's just finding somewhere to stay in a foreign city, where digital has this role. And I think in museums, it's still this centralized thing. It's like, oh, we'll ask the digital people. And I'm like, well, no, it's just like, if we want to share the collection, we need to instinctively think sharing the collection is not just in the galleries, it's every single tactic that is possible. So when the museums think that way, then we'll have been successful. But to give you a sense, like the different parts we're digitizing, so a big part is about sharing the collection, running a platform, a product where people can actually access the collection. We get about 31 million people a year going through that. We run all the revenue systems for the museum. I think this is super important because from a museum perspective, it is a business. The money's got to come from somewhere. And I really urge everyone to, both from the wiki side and on the museum side, not to forget that. I find it very, very useful and very empowering actually to show when you're working your way through these activities, to be talking about a financial component of doing it. We benefited a lot of the Met, because when the department was formed, we really centralized everyone who worked in digital into one single space. So the collections information team sits inside the digital department, inside a team that I run, which means that we get to think about the data, all the collections cataloging, not just from how it can be used internally from an operational perspective, and which is huge. Our operational perspective is huge. I mean, right now, the database, TMS, where we put all our data, our collections information, serves like 120 different internal processes for lending artworks, etc. But more importantly, from my perspective, we get to shape the data to present it to the outside world, which is awesome. We have a significant content production exercise as well, creating interpretive content about the collection, and we also have a video unit producing videos about the collection. I bring this up because one of the Met Kids, anyone has a child between the age of 5 and 12, I encourage you to check out the Met Kids program. I've just got a little video here, which was a security guard, and James came in and met a security guard at the museum and learned why he shouldn't touch the artworks, which I think is a nice story. So that's the Met, or at least that's what people think the Met is. It's this wonderful building on 82nd and 5th in New York. I actually think the Met is this, it's the mission. It's around collecting, presenting, preserving, and studying works of art of all times and cultures in order to connect people to knowledge, creativity, and ideas. Did I get it right? It's a super inspiring mission. I love looking at that mission and reminding myself that nowhere in that mission do they mention the building. It's a concept. Yeah, this is the museum was founded in 1870, and there was definitely a point in time where a publicly accessible building in New York was the best way of fulfilling that mission. But that's changing. I think taking people through that change to rethink how our tactics for serving this mission is super important. And when I do that, the part I always get people to focus on is this bottom part of the mission, this idea of connecting people to knowledge, creativity, and ideas. Because I feel that sentence is like an invitation to use technology, to use different ways of connecting people to knowledge, creativity, and ideas. And so one of my pet things my team gets bored of me talking about all the time is the idea that technology is not new. Okay, I get very scared when people hear about a new technology and they get super excited, whether it's QR codes, iBeacons, apps. There are loads of like new technology that people jump on board on, and they don't really ask the question why. And I find one of my theories is that the reason they do that is because it's new, and new things are like really glittery, and you tend to love them no matter what. Sounds like a baby, but I like to make a point that technology isn't new in museums, and at the Met in particular, I actually got into technology history, and this is actually the audio guides back in the 1960s. Okay, so the Met has been using technology for over 50 years. So anyone who kind of comes to me and says, "Oh, let's use technology," and they have this newness in their eyes glowing. I like to point out technology is not new. We've been doing it for a while, and I think learning those stories from history is super important. I think whenever we're working in a new space, people are more inclined to just like forget that we have all this experience with us. Even I find that in the Wikimedia community, it's been super interesting for me in the last few days to hear experiences from other institutions, and when I don't feel like even at the Met we're kind of building on top of. We're just everyone's learning the same thing in different places, and the more we can learn from one another is super important. So learning from historical technology is super important. I'm going to show you the one example that really inspires me. It's not actually the Met. It's actually the very first audio guide, and so this is like my little inspiration. This is actually the very first audio guide. in 1954. Isn't that kind of cool? That was like 64 years ago. 64 years ago, we were using technology in museums. This was actually in Holland. I know there's some Dutch people here. Credit. This was the very first audio guide. It was used in a museum called the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. It was a radio wave device. Okay, so they actually installed radio antennas in the museum to broadcast radio wave audio into the museum. It's like the first wireless network. It's really painful. This earpiece is kind of amazing. It's like a big glass thing that you jam into your ear. It was designed for, it was actually an earpiece that had been designed for deaf people. The whole system was actually previously used in cinemas and designed by a company, by Philips in Holland. And just to give you an example, just to give you a sense of what it must have been like using that technology, back in the day, the archivist actually at the Stedelijk Museum was very nice and managed to find me this video from 1954 showing the audio guide in use. So I'm just going to play this video because it firstly entertains me, and I'm going to try and make some succinct points about it. There's some commentary in Dutch in the background.
Maar deze mensen zijn bezoekers van het
But
Amsterdam Stedelijk
I keep it low, and I'll give my own commentary over the top.
worden rondgeleid. Via een hoorapparaat krijgen ze...
So what's fun, of course, is that since it's a radio broadcast, everyone hears the same thing at the same time.
Gesproken tekst is in verschillende talen opgenomen op een
So everyone turns at the same time when the audio, of course, tells them to. It's a shame the lights, if we bring the lights down, if someone can. There's a man with a reel-to-reel audio player at the front there, who's playing his audio goes to a wire, which we can't see because of the brightness, into the amplifier. The wire, here's the wire, you can just about see it coming out and goes back, and they show the wire is installed around the outside of each gallery, so when you walked in with your radio wave receiver into that space, you would hear it. These are the interior of the devices, they're very nice. This is cleaning the earpiece. Distribution. And so these tours, what was nice about them, what the Stedelijk Museum particularly liked about them, was that they could do tours in English, French, German, and Dutch. So they kind of made this new experience accessible to people in different languages, which is not something they've been able to do. So this technology made something new available to the world. And I think that fulfillment of the goal of delivering high quality foreign experiences was important to them. We're looking in the right corner right now. And the exhibition was a Vermeer, real and fake Vermeer paintings. You will see them, we're going to back out again, you'll see them will get told to walk to the next gallery in a moment. So, one of the things that entertains me about this video is people's behavior. This idea of walking around, all listening to the same thing. I find this idea of behavior change super interesting. I think museums, dealing with behavior change can be challenging. Dealing with change as a whole is challenging. And technology always creates some kind of change. We then have to understand, is that change something that we think is in the benefit to the institution or is taking away from the experience? I think museums are one of these spaces where we've been doing things the same way. I mean, the business model of a museum since 1870, the Met, has remained pretty consistent. We haven't, the business model itself, people pay for admission to get in, we have an endowment behind us, has not changed significantly. So when user behaviors start changing, people start, it takes a while for museums to rethink, well, what does that mean for us? And that's why I'll keep coming back to this thing, to this mission, to the why we're doing it. Because whatever it must be, I always tell my team, our aim is to keep thinking, what's the best way, what's the most impactful way of fulfilling that mission? What's the most impactful way? And to really break that down, I said I wanted to give a museum perspective of why we went down the wiki route. When it comes to how we do it, I go into a bit more into the detail here, I think it's important that it's understood our approach to it. When it comes to our strategy for fulfilling that mission, we struggled a lot about how we measure success. Like, what does success look like? Because in the same way that when people look at that video and they see people walking around in a group, all doing the same thing at the same moment in time, they consider that to be like not a success. What does success then look like today when we think about how people engage with a collection, how people fulfill that mission? And I'll let you know that the approach we've taken at the Met, the approach we're doing right now, and this is a preview, so actually I'm writing a blog post about this right now to share it online, but I'll give you a sense of where we're going. The approach we're taking now is to move away from this idea of digital transformation. So I'm not a big believer in the word digital transformation. I'm not a big believer in the word digital in the scheme of things. I hope it goes away soon. This idea of transformation, the idea of everything's going to become digital, I don't think is necessarily a healthy way of thinking in museums. So we recently adopted an approach which I actually stole from a really good book. If I'm going to recommend one thing from my talk, is to read this book. It's called Dual Transformation. And the whole concept behind the book and behind the model it proposes, which we're now following at the Met, is this idea that as you adapt to, as a non-digital institution or non-digital organization, if you want to adapt towards digital, you need to recognize what your existing business model is, make that business model more robust and more secure in a digital world. But then start thinking differently about what would be your second business model. What would be the business model that you think scales better in the digital space? And treat it as two separate businesses. And that's actually how we're now tackling our work at the Met. We've literally split our work into two parts in the digital space. The first is around supporting and contributing the core business, so the visit to the museum. There's a lot of expectation about what that experience should be like. People need to buy tickets, people need to find the opening hours, people want some contextual information in front of the galleries. That's about contributing to the physical experience, and we call that path one. And then there's a second path, which is completely new, about scaling the museum mission on a global scale. Of course, that means, it's interesting, because in that first space, digital is contributing to experience. We don't want anyone to go to the Met and say, oh, that was an amazing digital place. That's not the aim when you go to the physical building. But of course, when you're in the online space, it's all about the digital side. So we've split our activity into those two paths, and to go one step deeper, when it comes to contributing to the on-site experience, we've given ourselves 5 goals, and we have KPIs attached to each of them. I'm not going to read through this one, because actually I think the second path is where I'm going to spend more of my time. But just to give you a sense of what one side looks like and then the second side, this is path one, everything about supporting the visit. It's about marketing. It's about making it easy for people to access information. It's about making it easy to transact with the museum, to buy what you need to do when you come to a museum. And the path two is about scaling the museum to a global scale, scaling the mission on a global scale. And here we put down 4 goals. One about broadening our global reach, a second about telling multiple narratives of the collection, a third about connecting the collection to contemporary narratives, and a fourth about being a leading platform for arts education. And now everything we do is shaped around these goals. And again, this has nothing to do with Wikimedia community. This is about what we're trying to achieve at a very fundamental level. Fundamentally, everything we do in the digital team on the path 2 side is related to these 4 goals. And then to help us, we actually produce, we have our KPIs, our success criteria. These are the KPIs that we use. Key performance indicators, KPIs, key performance indicators. And we produce a report every month, which lets us know how we're doing in these areas. And on the left-hand side, so the top 3 of the stats I tell my director he needs to know. So you can see in the top right-hand corner what's sitting there. Let's start on the left. So on the left-hand side, unique users to metmuseum.org. We want to count the community for whom, the number of individual people for whom metmuseum.org is an important resource or something that they go to on a regular basis. And then you have a couple of stats beneath that where we get more qualitative about it. I actually am a big fan of the second one where we start talking about countries we have more than 10,000 unique users from. That's a KPI, so we're about 14 or 15 right now, and we're trying to really increase that number. Our second column is all about the collection, like how many individual engagements with like page views of the collection have happened on metmuseum.org. Like how much art is viewed, and that's been, last year, that was our main stat we were trying to drive. And you can see right now we had a 24% increase from this year to last year. Just so people know why that number went up, SEO and page load speed time. So no features that like a director or someone could point at and say that's really cool. But when a page loads in, right now we're about 4.5 seconds rather than 10, users are super happy. And then on the right-hand side, we actually use we talk about consumption of content on third-party platforms. Because in the same way that we think about the mission not mentioning a building, it doesn't mention a website either. And it just mentions connecting people to knowledge, creativity, and ideas. And the more we can detach that from the building, from the website, and just see those as tactics, and then think the third tactic is just the internet. It's just connected people. And we have this huge competitive advantage on that space because there are 3.9 billion people have internet connections. That is more, New York has a lot of people, but that's more than the population of New York. So let's just think that's our audience. And if we're going to start reaching those 3.9 billion people, we know that, sadly, the majority of them don't know the Met really exists. Like and we're the Met. It's like we're one of the bigger brands in the museum space. But the majority of the 3.9 billion internet-connected people don't know the Met exists. That's a reality. The majority of those 3.9 billion people probably don't really like museums. It's a sad truth as well, but I'm not a historian. But But it's a reality, and probably the majority of the 3.9 billion people maybe don't even really think they like art. They may love Instagram, but they probably don't think of themselves, oh, art is something that I enjoy looking at. And so then you really think, well, if art, museums, and the Met are all kind of things that they don't necessarily associate themselves with, we need to get the collection beyond those barriers. And that's where, when it comes to connecting people to knowledge, creativity, and ideas, we've really reached the concept now where we're saying, well, it doesn't even matter if when we're connecting to knowledge, creativity, and ideas, that they know it's the Met providing the connection. Like, remove the Met brand entirely from it. Because if someone really wants to find that out, online now you can find out where something came from. But we don't want that to be a point of entry. And that's why now one of our top 3 KPIs is third-party platforms. And I must admit, and I'm not just playing to the crowd here, we say Wikipedia only right now, just because it just dwarfs any other number that we have on third-party platforms. But I really look forward to the day when that just says third-party platforms, of which the Wikimedia platforms are one of. So I'm going to dive a bit more down into this, how we're achieving it and why we went down the open access route. This is a statement I tell my team the whole time when we're thinking about our work at the museum. I think it's very easy for us to get involved in individual features or like pet projects. And I want the team to think in a big way about what we're doing at Met. And so we have this privileging position. We have 1.5 million objects from all times and periods. And I genuinely believe we have one object that can inspire anyone in the world. Okay, that's my basic position. We have one object at Met that can inspire every single person in this room, every single internet-connected person in the world. So our audience is 3.9 billion people. Like, let's go. You know, so every day it's like, so guys, what are you doing for 3.9 billion people? Like, and if we're not doing something that scales on that capacity, we've really got to be asking ourselves, well, are we taking the next best step? Is our tactic the one that we think can actually help us fulfill our mission, or is it just going to make some small incremental improvement? Because we have to be in the scaling world right now. The opportunity is so big. We have to be thinking in orders of magnitude in terms of impact. And to do that, the tactics that we are looking at now on Path 2, there are 4 of them. We're looking significantly at how we can produce content not just in English, because of course the majority of the world doesn't speak English. We're looking significantly at how we license our content. And I'm just calling it appropriate licensing. I'm not calling it open licensing. I'm just calling it appropriate licensing. So I'm not going to be evangelical about going CC0. I don't think you need to be. I think it should be a business decision. If it's not a business decision, it actually is a more risky decision because one's being evangelical, but I'll come back to that. A third is around structured data and APIs. I just think it's really important that that becomes a focus. And the 4th is around partnerships. I'm just going to spend my last 10 minutes talking about 2 of those, the licensing and the partnerships. So I'll start here. The museum in February 2017 did make the decision to go open access with its artworks. And we weren't the first museum to do it. I think there were some wonderful front runners in that, from the Rijks to the Getty, National Gallery, who did this before us. When the Met does something, people tend to look, so more people kind of focus on. We got some nice coverage around it. But our decision really was about saying, like, the conversation internally was about what's the next best step, what in terms of, how you say it, return on investment that we can make to make the collection accessible. And I think the museum got into the habit of putting C in a circle, the C in a circle copyright logo and everything. And so we started an internal conversation. How does C in a circle, how does copyright restricted help us fulfill our mission? And it basically blocks school teachers from using our content. It blocks people who may want to use it as an inspiration for their next artwork. We can barely even govern, like stopping people from using our content. The content's kind of out there. So we made the decision to go down the route of opening up our content. We actually already had a license, some may remember, called OASC. We went down that really delicate tightrope walking path of making our own personal tailored license for our content. For about a year. OASC standing for Open Access for Scholarly Content, which is a very curious thing, because I used to always ask our kids, scholars. But whatever, we went CC0, which is a much clearer license, much clearer designation for our content. And to give you a sense of what that means, it means that people can really share, use, remix the collection any way they wish. In particular, the images and the data. So here's an example of one of our images. It's funny, we're still playing around how you communicate open access online. So the word open access doesn't really mean that much to many people. So we've even made our own logo for a while to see if that helps us. Public domain, we find, doesn't really resonate. I think that's still a communication exercise we need to do. But it means you can download the image, and we've made the images available in what I think is pretty high res. So anyone can download these, and this is Henry VIII's armor. I was debating if it would pixelize at this screen size, but it's holding up okay. This is actually, we have 3 Henry VIII's armors. This is the 3rd one that we have when he actually had gout at this moment in time, so it's really unlikely that he could wear this. But it's a really Henry VIII was a character. This is how he wanted to present himself. So as well as the images being available, we also made this data at the bottom, everything inside this box available. And I actually think it's this data that almost has more value than the images. The two together obviously is pretty cool, but I really encourage people to think of the data component. And one of our greatest challenges has been getting people to show what the value of that data is. And a couple of good examples I wanted to share is one is by the guys at 538. They wrote an article about the collection, just passing out the data in various ways to look at collecting history at the Met. So every orange dot shows you when something was collected from a particular culture at the museum. I find it's an interesting route. We recently, last week, 2 weeks ago, time travel between Israel and US is off my calendar, but very recently, on October 25th, released an API to the collections data, so now you can actually access everything, all the CC0 data we have via an API, which we're excited about as a way of scaling. And some of the projects we're seeing happening, this is one we did with Pratt, who used the data. Again, this is a study of looking at how we've collected different works from different countries over the museum's history. The dates are actually at the bottom here, so you can start seeing when French art. This is actually Egyptian, I believe, where our collection becomes quite consistent after a while. We had a huge jump in the American art section. There was this great study that someone did where he took our Van Gogh paintings and looked how they traveled around the world, taking provenance and exhibition history. So this is a Van Gogh that has traveled all the way over to Japan. Contemporary exhibition started in Europe. Someone else used the API to look at our Costume Institute collection, so all our fashion, and use a visual recognition software to start finding patterns in fashion trends across various times. And what I love about this, and where I think there's so much space in using the data, so the 430,000 artworks, data of 430,000 artworks are available, is computers can process this data far quicker than humans can, and on massive scale. And so I'm really convinced that there's a huge amount of new knowledge that can be derived from a collection by processing that data, and something we want to make more and more available. Other people are just doing fun things with the collection. Here's an example of an artist who made GIFs out of 2 of our artworks. And Simone, who made this piece, wrote a really fantastic blog post showing all the thinking she was going through, and she did about 10 artworks. I love this idea that now the collection of the Met is inspiring the next generation of artworks, even some people using them as digital art becomes a greater thing. That's what going open licensing made possible for us, going through an API. Just talk the last pieces about partnerships, and to give you a sense of what that looks like from a very kind of business perspective, I do look at it that way. This is our page views to the website over the last 2 years, 2016, 2017. This is school holidays, so over school holidays our traffic goes down significantly. It gets much higher in September when people are enthusiastic about their studies, when they're studying. And every year, so you can see 2016 to 2017 was a minor increase in page views. To put that into perspective, when we went open access and we made the content available for the Wikimedia community, this is what happened on Wikimedia, or on Wikipedia in particular. These are page views of articles with a Met image on them. And you can see that's been climbing. So we went from about 4 million a month to about 10 million. It's now somewhere around 14 million. It's a different metric. So of course here it says page views of articles where the Met has an image. So it doesn't necessarily mean they saw the Met image or even aware it was there. Which I find really interesting, because that's where we start going back to that audio guide example about behavior change and what does that mean for us. So I started probing into that, and someone may have seen these slides yesterday when Kate stole them from me, or Catherine stole them from me. But this is, just to give, for those who didn't see it, and to go a bit more in depth, the artworks along the bottom here are our 10 most popular online artworks at the Met. Okay, so the 10 most seen artworks online. And if you take, like, for example, this one, Death of Socrates, it's this beautiful painting by David. It exists on our website, and what we get about 3,000 page views of it a month. You compare that to Wikipedia, the artwork page on there is getting 30,000 page views. So it's an order of magnitude difference. So when we talk about scaling, that's scaling. And this isn't all languages. This is English language, these are all languages combined. So it's a significantly greater reach. It's connecting more people to creativity, knowledge, and ideas. And that language perspective is not to be underestimated. I've got here the example of a Death of Socrates page. It's available in 29 languages by the community. I mean, it's kind of amazing that they have built this. I have a version in Chinese on the right-hand side. We now have 10 languages for 500 artworks on metmuseum.org, which we're super proud of. It's been a labor of love and expense to get 10 languages of content up on our own collection online, to see it happening by the community at a scale which is larger than ours, frankly, more detailed, at a higher level of content, is super impressive and something that we're delighted to have participated, even just providing our image up there. And the community it's a community of practice where citation has become an important piece. The amount of linkage back to the Met website is significant. So if someone wants to find where the artwork originates, they can follow a link back to metmuseum.org. And I like the relationship between these two objects, because actually it forced the Met to say, well, what's the purpose of our object page? If this one's more popular, why are we spending so much time building this thing? And the reason we've really come down to is I think a certain number of people want to know what the Met think. Like the Met almost becomes this brand, it's a stamp of approval. If it's said by the Met, that carries something which people can't replicate. I often think one of our greatest assets at the Met is our collection and our scholarship. And this really allows us to say, the things on our website, on our products, it's the Met version, it's our authority talking. Another way of looking at the same data about access to the collection, these bars, the blue ones show the Wikipedia article pages which have a Met image that are the most popular. Okay, so I'll say that again. So Wikipedia article pages that contain a Met image. And these are the 10 most popular. So Henry VIII is on the left-hand side here. The ones I'm most proud of are like the Iran article and Nigeria article. So someone goes to a Wikipedia article about Iran or Nigeria, they find artworks from the Met collection in those contexts. And it's, again, a very different kind of experience, different kind of behavior. This is, on the left-hand side, the Met's page, Henry VIII, and on the right, the Wikipedia article. And this article is super long. Even on my screen printing, I had to do 2 stick-togethers. This image is I think number 21 on the articles. That's pretty far down. So I think when we start seeing that stat at the top of this page, got 405,000 people looking at it compared to ours of 180. It's like 3 orders of magnitude difference. So significantly greater scale, which is where I think is very interesting. But also more people care about Henry VIII than Henry VIII's armor. It's just a fact. So Wikipedia, by allowing our images to be used this way, by putting them out there, we're actually putting the collection, first of all, in more languages than we're able to do ourselves. We're also putting it into more context. Context the museum themselves cannot produce on the same scale. So in terms of a partnership, in terms of actually a partnership for scaling how we connect people to knowledge, creativity, and ideas, we think it's remarkably effective, just from a straight business perspective. And to close up, so I do think it's, I know time is an issue, where this goes next, particularly talking about the Wikimedia part, because for us, we see the Wikimedia component as just one of many partnerships that we do. If people followed last week, we actually launched a new aspect of our partnership with Google Arts and Culture as well. So we see them as one platform among many that we work with, that we think is an important one, but we don't want to say it's just what we do. But on the Wikimedia side, actually, Catherine and I wrote an article. Actually, is Alex here? Alex wrote an article, really, and Catherine and that Catherine and I adopted. And added our own touch to it. It was a fantastic draft. This gives you my perspective. I just want to actually close with referencing this article. Because some of the questions we were wrestling, we actually, at the end of the article, put down 3 questions that we think are really important to be tackling between the wiki community and museums as a whole. To make this sustainable, because I think museums are not technology institutions, they're not digital institutions. They're very historic, they have an existing business model around the building, and then they're struggling with what we do on the online space. And we put 3 questions we need to answer. One was about the Wikimedian in residence, how we really operationalize this relationship between museums and the Wikimedia community. We have a fantastic Wikimedian in residence Richard, who's probably here somewhere as well, good man. And no, wave, so we see who you are, Richard, good man. Making that a formal part of museum staff, I think, is an important step, and figuring out what that means between the community and museums is a really important next step. The role of Wikidata as part of the infrastructure that connects museums to the Wikimedia platforms, I think, is an important one. And third is like how we can connect APIs, how we can actually build sustainable connections between the museum and the Wikimedia community. It's worth noting that one of the things I'm most proud of what we did with Google Arts and Culture last week is that we connected to their platform via an API. So no longer will we have to manually upload our content to the Google Arts and Culture platform. It allowed us to go from 700 artworks to 205,000 artworks on their platform at the switch of a server. Like that's the kind of scaling we need to be achieving, in my opinion, with the Wikimedia community in order to make it successful. That's my last slide. I do like to end there. I think it's really important that even as I love the Wikimedia community, the Wikimedia Foundation slogan about connecting all people to all knowledge. This is the museum's mission. I think you'll find as you keep working with GLAMs, all GLAMs have a similar kind of mission. It does all come back to this. I think the more we can get institutions to take that step back and remind themselves what we're trying to achieve in the first place. Remember that there is no building mentioned in this mission. There is no website mentioned in this mission as well. It's just something we're trying to continually invent the next best way of doing it and do that in a way that scales. That's what's most important to us. Thank you. Someone else is in charge of timekeeping. If no one's coming up with best questions. Any questions? Since I'm holding a mic and no one's stealing it from me, go ahead.
Just a quick question. What about the rest of the 1.5 million works? What's keeping them from being online?
Human labor. So it's amazing. So we digitized somewhere between 10 to 20,000 artworks every single year. We have right now digitized, I think it's like 430,000 cataloged. The rest, basically, we are inputting them in chunks of like 10 to 20,000 every single year. A lot of what actually is not now in the collections catalogs, and not even like, there's no digital record whatsoever, is in our prints and drawings collection. So our prints and drawings collection is about 1 million, 1.1 million objects alone, just pieces of paper. And I'm not going to say that's not the most interesting stuff, because actually it's deeply fascinating for AI and other cool reasons to process. But yeah, basically what we made available is everything that is public domain is CC0. So that rule, anything that's public domain, image or is CC0. If it's not public domain, we put it on our own website in a lower res image, but not downloadable. And the API contains data for every single artwork. So the data for everything is CC0, just not the images.
Questions?
And I'll repeat.
No.
Yes. So you have your data and your images available under open access, but you also mentioned that you produce very good video, educational materials, essays by your staff.
Good question.
Are you also considering releasing these under free licenses so that they can be reused by others?
Totally good question. That's why I call it appropriate licensing. I actually think what we did, it was almost annoying that we got so much coverage for just going open access with our artworks and the images and the data, because there is so much other content. I'm a big believer in the Creative Commons suite of licenses as a whole, and my aim is to move all of our content onto that. I see it as a staircase. If people don't know what Creative Commons licenses are, just Google them. I think it's like a really clean way of thinking how you use your content in the digital space, what rights you apply to it. So I do hope that we will start making all of our content available with one of those licenses. It just takes more time. The text the piece of content we are looking at next is actually the text that goes below the image. If we can do some sort of CC BY, I'm actually personally happy if people use it in a commercial way. It doesn't make that much difference. But CC BY, I think, would be a really nice license to apply to it. It's just taking a lot of conversation internally to get there. Plus, the Met brand is a lot of it is about truth and like authority over its subject matter, and I think we change that content quite frequently. So again, like, until we can really feed it out via an API, I don't feel that responsible making it available. It just becomes this data dump that goes stale. Different.
Thank you, Loic. That was great. I'm so pleased that someone on that side of the table is now saying these things as well.
Thank you.
And I would reiterate what you're saying about our mission statement. The Wikimedia vision statement is the sum of all knowledge available in all languages. Doesn't mention wikis, doesn't mention encyclopedias, doesn't mention the internet. So there's that similarity there. I'd like to ask you about big shift we're having in our thinking in the Wikiverse with the new strategic direction is about knowledge equity. And as a major, powerful Western institution with a global collection, is there much thinking, you talked about multiple languages, is there much thinking about sort of decolonizing the collection? How the diverse access platforms can be used to provide access to these collections to the cultures from where they came, to provide diverse stories about their histories, not merely from academics in America telling the stories of some other culture on that culture's behalf.
So we're pushing a tiny bit out of my domain, but I'll take it to the starting point because I do think it's the way, the answer is yes, there's a huge amount of thinking about how you do that right. You know, how you basically move centuries of practice, a particular approach, like museums are a very Western thing ultimately, it's a construct, and ensure those serve the communities from where often the artworks actually came from in the first place. And the way we're tackling that now is really moving forward this idea, and you saw in the goals that we have there, is the multiple narratives of artworks. This idea that there is one story behind every artwork is a myth. The more we can talk about that, actually get the artworks out so other people can create those narratives is super important to us. Well, I won't use the same kind of language in terms of decolonization. I'm not sure I see things in exactly the same framework, but I think it is incredibly important that we have a significant responsibility in that. Often the collection that we have of a country's artworks is second only to the country where they came from. And that does put significant responsibility on us in terms of how we share that, how we make that accessible. And we do take that super seriously. And I think that is part of what opening up the images and being very forward about the fact that we believe there's more than one narrative are important steps in that direction. Do I think we will see more in the coming years about that? I'm very convinced we will.
Okay, good enough time.
Okay, that's it? We're on? Okay, well look, thank you everyone.
Hello. There is no break right now, so we're a little bit off schedule. So if you could just proceed to the next exciting workshop. There's going to be a panel here. There's room 7 with a sparkle workshop, I think. And there's room 5 with exciting talks. And there's a panel here. And we'll try to catch up.
I've been teaching sparkle to others. I feel like I should have a better.
Room 7, use that door, the fastest way. Room 5, use that door, fastest way.
Which door for 7?
7 stairs, and then outside you go 1 floor down. You got it. Yes. Don't forget the beauty. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Let's get something. It's a great collection to play with.
Hi. It's more great presentation. I'm going to be in New York next week.
Okay.
I've been to the Met. What is my classes now? 2 hours.
Go to the Armenia exhibition. The Armenia exhibition. No, the European paintings. All the go to the mobile website. On the mobile website, you'll find all the audio content, all our content together. Oh, sorry. That's a place.
That was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Nice to talk to you.
Thank you, Ian. Enter Dude, we're doing it. You come to your partner as well. Everyone plays that. Everyone plays their role, so I can only imagine the significant task it was 10 years ago. We get to build on what you did.
Once in a while, they're doing this with one first place because I haven't played nowadays we can play really well.
Yeah. And their cataloging is so important, especially advanced. Single instances of books as well.
But museums have their own things. Just the romanticism It's sometimes confused,
Don't take this outside. You get a bottle, which is right there. Take it outside.
Well, thank you all for waiting for us. I'm going to be in representation of Ivan Martinez from Wikimedia Mexico. He has to fly last night, so I'm going to introduce the team of the Secretary of Culture of Mexico. I'm Giselle Bordoy from Wikimedia Argentina. In this panel are Ernesto, coordinator of the digital agenda of the Secretary of Culture of Mexico, and Vanya, director of the digital agenda of the Secretary of Culture of Mexico. For us, it's a great pleasure to have this part of the government here, because like in the last panel, was like talking about how they involve with the Met. In Latin American institutions, it's very difficult to have a partnership with the state. Why is that? Most of the cultural institutions don't understand the mission of Wikimedia projects. For that reason, this kind of partnerships are a great example of what can happen when everything goes well. Vanya and Ernesto were a great part, and they do that. They can do that. Wikimedia Mexico can sign an agreement with the secretary, with the Secretary of Culture. So this is the first agreement that a Latin American secretary signs with a Wikimedia chapter. In Latin America, this is something very difficult. So for us to have it here in this GLAM conference is amazing. Please tell us what happened in Mexico so we can do the same things in the rest of the global south.
Thank you, Gigi. Could you pass the next slide?
Yes.
Please. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the Wikimedia chapter in Israel. We're very pleased and honored to be here. As Gigi mentioned, we represent the Mexican Ministry of Culture. It's a different organization in every single country, but to tell you briefly what the ministry represents, we gather around 200 museums, around 7,000 libraries, 180 archaeological sites, public media as radio and television, and other areas devoted to traditional cultures and traditional knowledge. So we're a huge ministry that is very centralized and very vertical. So that's why, as Gigi mentioned, was an important partnership that we built together with the Mexican chapter. And in 2017, we signed this agreement. You can see there Ivan and Catherine and the Mexican consul in San Francisco. So it was an important action in terms of policy and creating a partnership among different organizations. So the next slide is, we name it the importance of doing, and there are like some brief points that we just want to put out there that made us realize after signing the agreement. Awareness. The creation of this partnership made us aware for both communities, for the Wiki community inside the ministry
but also for all the institutions inside the ministry to the Wikiverse. In terms of legitimization in Mexico, there's still a lot of questioning about how knowledge is produced in the Wikiverse environment. So we believe that a ministry putting a word on it and legitimizing the work that you all are doing was an important advance for the movement, at least in the Mexican environment. In terms of engagement, we also believe we're having, we're still building the collaboration, but as far as we've gone, and Vanya is going to talk a little bit of the projects that are ongoing, we believe that engagement has growth in both sides. We also believe, as with legitimization, that new communities are being created, and inside the museums and inside other institutions that are coordinated by the ministry, the understanding of wiki processes are creating new communities. It's going to take a long time, but we believe it's going to root very good in these different organizations. And the last point of the importance of doing is pushing shared agendas. Open access and legal issues are some of the things we've been discussing together to try to push the agenda. We, as the ministry, sometimes don't have the flexibility to be pushing our bosses to be more open or to try to change certain legislations. So in a way, we rely a lot on our Wikimedia partners so they can do the pushing and the outside work that we are not able to do from inside. So it's a clever way to solve this situation. And this takes me to the other side of the slide, that it's aspects of a successful collaboration that we realized in these months. So the Mexican chapter of Wikipedia has been a long time working with different organizations across the cultural sector. Just this is the first time they have a big umbrella to work with. So one of the main things that we believe is happening is empathy, because if there's not enough empathy among these two agents working together, it's very difficult to create collaborations. And it's also related with resonance. The things that you are discussing here, they obviously resonate in what Vanya and I are doing, and we serve like an amplifier. When we go back to Mexico, we're gonna share all the experience that's happening here. So, and the thing we believe, every time we have a congress or anything in Mexico that is related with your topics, well, the Wikimedia community down there just goes and resonates and amplifies the experience to the community. This is a term we came out with it yesterday, infiltrated agents, that it's very important to have relevant people to talk with in the organization. That, in that case, that'll be Vanya and I, that sometimes we spend a lot of time explaining our bosses or decision makers inside the organizations what the Wikimedia movement is, even though we are not exactly part of it, but somehow we have become part of it, because we need to explain a lot. Well, what are you going to go to do to Tel Aviv for a week? So we need to explain, how does that work? Well, we need to be explaining a lot. And even the examples that Ivan, for example, uses to explain in like very regular public audiences on what Wikimedia is, tend to serve us a lot to also explain to our community. Sensibilization of new models of knowledge, it's also very important, because as I mentioned, there's like sometimes in Mexican organizations it's not very in yet what the Wikimedia movement is and why it's important to point it out as another way to create knowledge, and obviously trust. We've built this trust with Ivan and the Mexican crowd for a long time, and now we're seeing the benefits of it. So these are like sort of like the main elements, and we are like starting the collaboration. So probably in the next few years we're going to have some other points that might be there for share. This is a slide that actually Ivan made. So what was for Wikimedia Mexico, this collaboration? Open a door that is not open usually, meaning that sometimes Mexican organizations tend to be very closed and not open to new ways of exploring, preserving, or disseminating culture or digital assets. understanding of new knowledge ecosystem for traditional public servants, as mentioned in the slide before. Ivan says that it's the first agreement of a public GLAM institution with a Wikimedia affiliate with the size and reach of the ministry. That's also something that Gigi mentioned. And set up federal policy of openness. So we believe this. I'm not totally sure that the people that we made sign the agreement were actually aware of everything that's going to open for the Mexican ministry, and also the responsibilities that will come when the agenda, the wiki agenda, start like pushing a little bit, and that's something that I'm glad. I don't think it's like a negative way or like a dodgy things or a dodgy way of doing things, but it's the only way we can push to change certain processes in this organization. So I'm going to leave it there, and Vanessa's going to tell you. Oh, okay. Well, let's going to go to projects, and I'm going to give you a brief, just like a review on the actual projects we're doing. Editathons that you're obviously familiarized with. We did the first one with the National Anthropology Museum, one of the biggest museums in Latin America, with some numeralia there, that 22 editors, 20 new articles, and 41 edited, 103,000 visits since first event. And we have upcoming events in the National Museum of History, the Modern Art Museum, and the National Museum of San Carlos, that it's mainly colonial art. And the other project we did that was important for us is the first Open GLAM in Mexico and probably in Latin America, with 300 attendees, 3,200 users online, 12 conferences, and 32 lectures from different parts of the world and the Mexican ecosystem. Some of the achievements were working group for discussion Open GLAM issues that even the acronym wasn't set in Mexico, so there was a lot of reflection also around what GLAM might mean for Mexican institutions, and it's strengthening the dialogue on copyright, that, as it's been mentioned in many sessions here, is also a big issue in Mexico, and we're obviously pushing hard on the open agenda throughout the ministry and with other partners across the sector. So now I'll leave it there, and I pass the mic to Vania.
Thank you. Well, one of our major collaboration between Wikimedia and the Mexican Ministry of Culture is joined to effort to exchange information through Mexicana. Mexicana is a digital repository of Mexican cultural heritage that has the main objective to disseminate and link the collection of the Mexican Ministry of Culture under international metadata scheme through universal, free, and open access repository for preservation of Mexican cultural heritage. Well, this is a video, and well, during the first stage, Mexicana has collection of 17 institutions of the Ministry of Culture, totaling more than 700,000 digital objects that represent the archaeological, historical, videographic, artistic, and sounds collection that represent the all the heritage that we have in Mexico. And in the video, you can see a selection of objects that we have in Mexicana, like 3D objects, images, short films, books, sounds, music, and other things. But as another institution, one of the significant limitations of Mexicana is to incorporate digital collections with copyright. In Mexico, we have the laws about copyright are very restrictive, and the institution has different restrictions and complexities in their digital objects. And for that reason, we enjoy to be here in Open Wiki GLAM to make effort and open more digital collection on the web and also into platforms of Wikimedia. So we create 4 categories of right statements. The first one is restricted use for works that have current copyright. Another one is educational and academic use for digital objects that can be reused for educational and academic purpose. Public domain for those work whose copyright protected has expired, but in Mexico the public domain doesn't mean that the object is free, because the institutions in Mexico put another copyright over the underlying object. So for that reason, we have another statement that is the free use for free digital objects. It's a very complicated thing. So also we developed a data model that is basically mainly on CDOC-0RM, that is a conceptual model for documentation of cultural heritage. Also, Mexicana uses Open Archives Initiative Protocol to share data on the web, and that this protocol offers a way to collect large amount of data, but also we can share information through endpoint in JSON, CSV, or XLM format. But one of the most important things that we are doing in Mexicana is to develop interinstitutional alliances, like a work that we are doing with Wikimedia, and also extending the richness of Mexicana into Wikidata that help us to connect other databases and collection with hundreds and hundreds of data sources, and that is the next step of Mexicana. So also, we realize that our collection becomes more useful and reusable when the data is deeply interlinked with other collections around the world. So for that reason, we want to start a long-term relationship with Wikidata, because we know that share metadata of our heritage give us a greater visibility and outreach to large audience. Research on the structured data available on Wikidata to enrich our databases, help us to find advanced information on relevant collection of other institutions, and finally, we could reuse and update our databases with improved metadata from Wikidata. So for us, it's very important that we accept that the collaboration with Wikimedia could give us the opportunity to share the Mexican cultural heritage with the world. And this is the future of our collaboration with Wikimedia. That is, we think that total metadata integration into Wikidata, interoperability with other international databases, future joint projects, funds, understanding and adoption of Wikimedia projects among the Mexican federal cultural institution. So we going to think about a final reflection about the term of GLAM, about the GLAM term, and we think that the people from Latin America, we think that we have to think or rethink the open GLAM term. That is that GLAM might be our traditions, our knowledge, our languages, and it could be on the streets. And also, we think that it could be good if we start in a reflection of the term GLAM. Thank you so much.
Well, we have time for a question or two if you want it. If you have this right there.
Hi, folks. So, actually very inspired to see this because we've been trying to work with the government for a while now as well. So I guess one of the major questions that I have is, especially since the government environment that we work in is, okay, the Philippine government has been trying to digitize work for a while, but the mentality is still very non-digital, basically, which would hamper our ability to pursue GLAM partnerships of them in the manner that you guys would have. So I guess the question that I have would be, given that environment where it would be where it is more difficult to convince, where you have to kind of bring government up to speed as to the activities that we're doing, what would be the best way to approach that?
Well, I'm sorry that Ivan is not here because he is actually the one that's been doing the outside job to push the ministry. And since we started work at office in 2017, they created a new area in the ministry. The ministry was just created in 2015, and they created an area devoted to digital aspects. They didn't know exactly what that meant, but they created it. And that's what they invited us to take charge of that new area. So I believe that if the government is not open to create new areas, probably Wikipedian in residence could be a very good way to just start like to inseminating or infiltrating the institutions, because then you create a necessity for them. Then they see the results, they see the impacts as the one Lloyd was showing, and then you say, okay, well, we already covered the residents, but if you want to keep this work going, then you need to pay for it. And then you start to create like a new environment in the organization. That it's something that we're also working in the ministry, just trying to create workshops and some abilities and knowledge transfer to certain people inside the ministry that should also need, will be benefited by new ways to approaching the work they are doing, even if their positions are not exactly related with the digital transformation. So I think it can come from two ways. We're actually thinking of the benefits of creating a Wikipedian in residence in many institutions. So then you leave it there, and the institution, the museum, for example, says, well, now I need to hire him, because if not, this project that he's been running for this couple of months or whatever, it's gonna fall down. So you create a necessity. I think that would be an interesting approach in the Philippines.
Another question?
Hi, I would like to know, how did you get in touch for the first time with the representative of Wikimedia project, and what was your opinion about open data and Wikimedia before working with us, and what did that brings to you with about your vision of the concrete stuff about Wikimedia project contribution and the open content and open data philosophy?
Well, my first contact with Ivan was like more personal. I think we were having drinks at some point in 2009, I guess. So it started the conversation. I was working for another agency at the ministry, so I helped for the Wikimania Mexico to get the tour to the National Museum. So I was aware, and I was that aware of what was happening. I was invited to give a presentation on digital humanities, that it's my topic on digitization of Mexican pre-Columbian manuscripts. But the other thing about openness and open source and open access, I think was after I was like a more personal thing. It wasn't just like exactly with the Wikimedia community. But just to get to know better what it means, the Wikimedia community, was until we did the editathon in the National Anthropology Museum some months ago. And when I actually opened an account and started like doing one article, and I understood what it means and all the layers that are implied. So I think that's the moment you realize, okay, this is not that complicated to do, and there's like many possibilities. So I think that was the moment things made click.
Another question. This is the last one because they are the next panel here.
I wanted to ask Bani, what did you mean that we have to redefine GLAM institution? Your last sentence.
Yeah. Well, we are talking about that all of our traditions, all of our traditional knowledge that come from of our indigenous communities is not, well, in Mexico, is not in the institutions of GLAM. So, in Mexico City, well, in Mexico in general, it's very important to take this knowledge and put this knowledge also in a platforms to share that knowledge that is very important for us. And also the reflection is that we don't have this kind of knowledge into an institution of GLAM. In Mexico, it doesn't happen, no. And this is the reflection about that. We know that in other countries, that doesn't happen, but in Mexico it's very important to try to make a reflection about this kind of issues.
Thank you for all.
And the next panel is coming up.
Pero bueno, acompañé como pude.
No, estuvo bien.
So good morning, everyone. So thanks for joining us on this panel. The title is a very general title. It's called Working with Government for GLAM Project. It's my pleasure to be here moderating this panel. The methodology we will adopt is that this is not a sequence of lightning talk, it's more to be a discussion among the panelists. And so I'll just give their names and I'll give them the chance to introduce themselves. So we have here with us Suyash Vedi, Silas Patniak, Natalia Timkiv, and Azav Bartov. And I'd also like to invite you, this is a different setting that we were yesterday, so but if you'd like to come and ask questions as the speaker is presenting, so we can have a more interactive discussion, so please just come and I'll give you the mic. So I think the first question, and this is a suggestion by Azav, is why governments? Why are we talking about governments? And
why governments? Why are we talking about governments in the context of GLAM? I think for some people, when we say government, we think of politicians and the political drama that most of our governments manufacture. But governments are actually very large organizations and have a lot to do with GLAM. In practically every country, the government has a lot to offer as a potential partner or network of potential partners for the Wikimedia movement, whether it's cultural authorities, heritage authorities, whether it's copyrighted content by the government, state copyright content. The government's own websites sometimes have a lot of information, sometimes they don't, but can be interesting to work with. So I just wanted to set the stage for anyone wondering, what does government even have to do with GLAM? Government arms, government bodies have a lot of content and a lot of knowledge, and sometimes they are the only sources of that knowledge. For example, national statistics, population figures, etc. They come from the government. There's no other source for them. So I wanted to put that out there to set the stage.
I was running from the panelists, so everyone here in the panel has had experience with government. So given what Azav said, why did you start? How did you start? And before you speak, please introduce yourself.
Then sorry, I'm Asaf from the Wikimedia Foundation.
Hello, I am Suyash Dwivedi from India. I'm agree. Actually, without government, especially in India, you can't do much because I'm doing GLAM for the museums, and all the museums in the India is mostly governed by the government. So you have to go through the government. It's a procedure because because there are very less. I think Shalish maybe 1 or 2 private museums in India. So you have to be a part of that. Means government must be a part of your GLAM project. So that is important. So yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Sailesh Patnaik. I work at the Access to Knowledge team of the Center for Indian Entrance Society. I'll just add because I remember when the Odia community was trying to partner with the state government of Orissa, there was a slide that Asaf made to show the government secretary. It's like governments are the largest producers of original content and data. And indeed, like they are the only source for those data to be. And for example, it's like not everyone in the state has access to like travel anywhere, or maybe when we say that we have a competition to get pictures of all the schools in the state or all the buildings or all important people of the state. It's quite difficult for some time because you come from a small community. There are very less active members. In that case as well, the government plays a very important role because they have an existing data, they have existing content of that, maybe. And a lot of them can be used to develop many Wikipedia articles. Because I know the project I'm working on is not only helping to improve Wikipedia articles of my language, it's also helping me to improve Wikipedia articles of different languages. It also helping me to not to get pictures of people or places of my state. It also helping me to get pictures of anyone around the world. Like when they come to my state, because my state government has adopted some open access, not policy, but open access system to certain websites and certain social media accounts. So I get to add those pictures into Wikimedia Commons and they get used on Wikipedia articles.
My name is Natalia Yatemkin. I come from Ukraine, and here in this panel I'm a volunteer working also with GLAM institutions in Ukraine. And I can just add that yes, governance are sometimes very, very important, especially in those countries where the private museums and the culture of, like the government-owned data, government-owned rights to get the information is very still active. So we are organizing Wikilove's monuments, and what we did, we tried to involve governments and especially local authorities in contributing to this, because they have data, they have people who can give pictures from, like olden times, not nowadays, but from 10 years ago, for example.
And one thing that strikes me from what you all said is the diversity of what we mean when we mean government. So you mentioned governments in the different level, governments as different kinds of partners, and I wish if you could bring this in your own experience. How did you deal with these kind of agencies that are sort of complex and very diverse?
I'll share a very interesting story. The first time we approached the government was when my city was hosting one of the international sports event. So we approached the sports department to do an editathon for that event. And after that event, around 15 articles were created during the event, a lot of articles that were created doesn't have any pictures. And the people who helped us to organize the event asked why this articles doesn't have any pictures. I said because these pictures are not available for free license, and Wikipedia doesn't accept copyright pictures. So they said, but these pictures are already available on our website. It's a government website we have developed. These pictures are already available. And so we had to explain them what free license is and how they can impact the Wikipedia, or how that their content can be reused on Wikipedia. And on the very same day, they released that website under a free license. We got around 200 pictures of Asian athletes from their website. They are now used in different Wikipedia articles. So I would say that to work with the government, we need to start with a pilot project. We just can't approach a higher officer and say that we are going to do this. We have to start with a pilot project. We have to explain them what are the free licenses are. And this is one of the things
Sailesh, I have a quick question.
Yes.
How much did it cost the government to do this?
Zero. Zero. So that was also one of the interesting things is that the government doesn't need to also an interesting thing again, sorry, I'm taking much time. So the event happened 1 year back. The website was relicensed under free license. But now after, because it was just event specific website, the website is now down. There were 200 pictures in that website. Imagine if we wouldn't have saved those pictures on Wikimedia Commons, they would have no choice of archiving those images anywhere else.
And when you introduced yourself, Natalia, you said, I'm a volunteer. And I was struck by what you just said. So you didn't present the affiliate or anything like that. And I was wondering, so how, as, let's say, an individual Wikimedian, did you come up with the idea of approaching the government for the wiki activity you organize, and what was your vision?
My vision was actually very simple. I'm a citizen of my country, but it seems that I cannot use all the information my government is supposedly producing using my money. And I approached them as an editor of Wikipedia. So I wrote letters, and then when I got the rights to be an administrator at the Ukrainian Wikipedia, it was kind of easier, because when you're writing to people and signing administrator of the Ukrainian Wikipedia, they are like, I don't know, something very, very cool. So that helped them to understand, but it took us a few years. I mean, I don't know, but governments are slow in making changes to their processes, and they still, just like slowly, probably young people coming into the government and working, and they understand about internet more, because like a few years ago it was more difficult, and now it's just easier.
I said before to the panelists I wouldn't direct questions to them, but I'm actually going to direct another question to Suya this time. So we know, and you mentioned a bit, that there are these language cultural differences in India. So what is exactly the role you think the government, or government in general, the state governments you mentioned, can actually play in these situations for bridges, especially when we are talking about GLAM institutions or GLAM associated knowledge?
Well, I think first of all, we should educate the government about what open access is, what open knowledge is, what Wikipedia is. That is the first thing. Because luckily nowadays, since the younger peoples are coming to join, and the bureaucrats are younger, so they understand what Wikipedia is. So for the very senior persons with at very senior high positions, unfortunately they don't know what open knowledge is and what about Wikipedia. So that is the biggest challenge. First, to educate them that okay, this is Wikipedia, what it happens, and what way it can help you. So yeah, and by the way, yes, since government holding all the museums data and everything, so they can definitely play a key role to distribute the knowledge in the local language, as well as the other Indic language, or a group of different languages. So yes, they have a very key role.
I'd like to follow up with a local example from here in Israel, showcasing this difficulty with grasping free knowledge. the Israeli Defense Force, the army, the Israeli army, has been releasing photos from the IDF spokesman's office, photos on Flickr years ago. They were releasing them to the public on Flickr, but not under a free license. So people could access those photos. Newspapers, of course, used those photos, but we on Wikimedia couldn't use those photos. Wikimedia Israel volunteers have spent time talking to the government, to the IDF, to try to convince them to release it under a free license. And the IDF, I don't know, lawyer or the spokesman's lawyer said, no, 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 free license, that means anyone could do anything with those photos. And we had to spend time convincing the government that people who really, I don't know, the Hezbollah or, you know, like groups that have a military hostility to Israel, they're not likely to be stopped by copyright law. You know, if they want to make use of these publicly available photos, they're going to make use of it. And copyright law is not stopping them. What it is stopping is our legitimate, neutral coverage on Wikipedia. And once we made that argument, they were like, oh, you're right. Yeah, that's not... You know, the thing we're worried about isn't actually a real scenario, but people need help to see that. Like, you need to walk them through it. So, you know, in your mind, what is that terrible scenario you are protecting against? And is copyright law actually stopping that from happening? And when they realize that's not the case, you can make progress. So the IDF Flickr stream has been relicensed. And again, that's a zero-cost action for them. They go to the website, they change the setting, and instantly, thousands of photos, most of which, you know, none of our volunteer photographers could obtain, right? They are from military bases, military equipment. Suddenly, thousands of photos became available for use on Wikipedia, and of course, also in other languages. So, as you said, the government needs help understanding the concepts and also relieving its fears.
Anyone has questions, don't forget you can come up. I know you look really far away. You can come up closer and I'll give you the mic. And one strategy to when we think about partnerships or initiatives, I like to think of clap your fingers. So if you could create an idea of the best partnership ever and have it in your vision, how would it be? And then think about what is preventing you to get there. So you've mentioned, Natalia, the slowness of reaching the governments or the education barriers. So what other obstacles you think are preventing us to generalize these kinds of partnerships?
So again, I've been working with the government from last 1 year, 1.5 years. So in the last 1.5 years, we managed 7 government departments to release their websites and social media accounts under a free license. But when we approached some other departments, they said no. They said no because they don't understand what are the importance of that. And it's also because there is no government policy. So some departments are saying that we want to share our content under a free license, but there is no government instructions to do that. That is one of the challenges that like my dream project, if the government could develop an open content policy for majority of the websites to come under a free license. That are some of the things that we could use to get away of the barriers, have as content we can have.
With the governments, the most important thing to keep in mind, and usually what is keeping from being it an ideal partnership, is that they view anything and everything from a political point of view as well. Would they get political points for doing this? Would they not? Can they use it as a power play? Can they use it as a, I don't know, like a strong card in some games? Or they won't. And it very much depends on you also assessing the situation, whether you can be used, I mean, like a corrupt mayor or corrupt politician saying that I gave Wikipedia the access to this, like I'm a cool guy. Would it influence other people? So having our powerful logo also means that you need to be very careful with whom you are partnering, even if it's your government.
So given all these obstacles that you have encountered in your experience or exits, what could be good strategies to overcome them? So one you already mentioned is being careful. I think prudence, it's always a good principle, even be a moral principle, I guess. But from your experience and you, Azaf, from also the Wikimedia Foundation, so how do we overcome this kind of barriers?
I think governments, because they're so large, can be approached from multiple directions at once. So depending on the context, depending on your abilities, you can approach them from the top, from the politicians, from the actual ministers, from the actual parliamentary committees, etc., and try to effect legislation or mass content release, things like that. But you can also approach it from the bottom up, from some small government unit, from the, I don't know, the water authority, or some very particular institution where you can do a pilot project that can go well, that can then be used as a model. You can, of course, hold other governments as examples. I think we should all aspire to learn in this aspect from the US government, where all government-produced material is public domain from day one, on the theory that it's already been covered by the taxpayer, it belongs to the public. I think that's a good model we should all seek to get our governments to adopt. But another very effective thing is to look at the neighbors, especially if they're unfriendly neighbors, right? If you can say, well, they're already doing it, why aren't we? Surprisingly effective. I think we're running out of time. Yes. There is one question though.
Okay. Actually, I have two questions. First of all, what the government has to gain from GLAM in general, and particular from the union side. You are from Odisha, I understand, right? And I know there is a huge, nice tradition of tribes in Odisha. What is the way or the attitude of GLAM to preserve this tradition?
Thanks. So the third website we released under the CC or relicensed under a CC license was the ST and SC development of the state, which works for the indigenous communities of Odisha. And the major donations we got from the website are the research journals on the tribes of Odisha. And those can be used to develop many Wikipedia articles. And by government, again, I'll just answer a part of it. The way like you said, for the Met Museum, the page views you get for Met Museum are in thousands, or no, not Met Museum, for the government websites are in thousands or hundreds and thousands. In the last 1 year, the content that government of Odisha has given to Wikimedia Commons has received around 17 million page views. So that is one of the importance or the metrics you can show to the government. See, there are only 500 pictures, not even more than 500. There are only 500 pictures, and these articles have got the page views of 17 million in the last 1 year.
So, especially when your government is in unfriendly terms with somebody else, it's very important to tell, hey, this picture can be illustrated, this Wikipedia page can be illustrated with a picture taken from the site of Russian Ministry of Defense. But you can put your picture from Ukrainian side and it would illustrate. Wouldn't it work? No.
So that's we run. Thank you everyone for joining.
Guys, you have 5 minutes to grab something to eat and then come back because we have to be on schedule. There's a tour that runs at 1 and we have to be ready to finish by then. So take something to drink and come back. סוף סוף, מה זה?
מזל טוב.
תודה רבה נשמה. איזה כיף שאתה פה. ממש לא כמה ימים. For you, I didn't even know. Very nice to meet you. הכל מצולם. סבבה. אתה כבר פה כמה ימים? רק היום? שהספקת את כל התמון שהיה היום בשבילך. שבעיניי זה בגלל שאתה בסקיון אסף פגשת? אסף? אתם מכירים? כן. אינטרנטים בוקס ודברים. וסיה פה? ראיתי את וסיה לפני שנייה. וסיה, I need you. לא, זה צריך להיות מובן, פשוט לוקחים את הכיסי, זה very small from לא, אנחנו שלא יתעצבו. I know you like it. Hopefully you like it and you don't have it already. I really wish that we had some time. This is, by the way, Malik. She's my best friend. I hear a lot about you. She gave me the painting by her grandfather. Wow, that was really touching. So nice. I hear massive. I'm starting to be jealous. In case you haven't, there's a change option. So if you don't do it
chances
now,
to have it are very low, no?
I don't know, maybe someone thinks of walking this. I doubt it. I don't know. Ciao. How are you? Ciao. Is everything okay? Yes. Did you sleep well?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Okay, I have to.
I'm not a long sleeper, but.
Oh, that's good for you.
Century, something that finishes
Go for it.
Yeah, this will happen.
That's the way. That's the way. What?
No, I don't have it.
You know Yuval Noah? Oh. Okay. Good. It's his right one. That's his last one.
I'm reading the Hebrew version. I'm on the queue for one book, but
Anyway, with two books here.
yeah, by the same author.
Maybe
What, the history? This is the history of
There are three. The history of.
The history of. So this is the latest one of about the future.
Yeah.
Oh.
We will exchange.
Okay, I have to
Thank you so much.
prepare for the sessions, but I'll see you hopefully before this ends. And if not,
Okay,
the next
preemptively. And you know, maybe you know she is invited to Bulgaria. Like, with or without.
email, Facebook.
We're about to start programs on the web from Shanski, those which students of classes on Portugal,
I can always
on my island, Madeira.
I'll let her go, but it's hard to live. You see the
Facebook, my email. Do you have my email? I sent emails, so you have my email. So drop me a line in the email or on Facebook, and we'll schedule something.
For now,
Yeah,
it
it's
will
okay.
only to be in contact because we are
I
still
started reading it.
starting.
Whenever
Still have
it's,
no problem.
whenever you
but
need me, it's interesting.
Okay.
I love
Thank you very much.
like the wide angle of processes of what's happening, how they.
It seems that recently I've been reading mainly Israeli authors.
Really?
Yeah. Dan Ariely.
Yeah.
And his irrational, because I read in Babylon, so
Yeah, you actually, I think it's done
vindictively irrational or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I recently read his biography. So I don't remember the author, but
Like stones.
he wrote the biography of the friendship of Kahneman and Tversky.
I saw the book, I think I saw
Yeah, and of course several books by them themselves.
So I'm happy you're talking. It's to upload Malik. Our thing is
Okay,
Shani's friend. Yeah, from Israel.
Are you Wikipedian also?
I always joke, but I'm seriously saying that I donate Shani and our time together to Wikipedia, so I cannot give more than that. I think you got the point.
I think that you are Wikipedian, but you don't know it yet.
In a way, I am. It affects, you can't really avoid it, or the topic, or the free knowledge movement in general, the ideas, and
yeah, when she's around.
to do the propaganda for it. It's like, it's within me, but I always say no.
And what do you do?
I work at Julius Baer, which is a private banking firm from Switzerland. Well, it pays the bills. I just started working on a PhD. Should be interesting.
When they realize you as a real, true Wikipedian.
Sorry?
When they will say that you are still not right?
I feel like it's part of my life for so many years. Like for the next 6 years, she's so super active, so I'm always with her, and I know what's happening, and I know not the faces, but the names of everyone, and I know the agenda in the politics and what's happening, and I hear her get
Oh, you know
angry.
everything about
I know it because I'm always
I
there,
also
like,
have friends who will say that because Wikipedia is so basic important part of my life, they don't want to overshadow me by becoming Wikipedians themselves. So I mean, everyone must be
my
their
big
own.
donation is her. Yeah, our time together, my listening is her, my thinking is her. So it's מה שלומך? תביא עוד אחד.
You, Wiki Book Club.
Okay,
That's a Harry book. It looks like a Harry book.
Yeah, very
books
considerate
for
of me.
every book lover.
You know, in case you run out of things to read.
Great reading suggestions for the discriminating bibliophile.
Let me see if I can read it.
Well, I missed giving you a book in Lviv, you know, so this is like a double.
This was a big book.
Oh, okay, I see. Big hug for
no,
big book.
you don't have to really read it like this. You just
No, it's
you just do this. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my God.
it also is categorized, so if you don't like, I don't know, detective novels, you can just skip that whole section.
So the idea is that if I
Look at the contents. By genre, by type.
masters
Gives you, tiny one paragraph summaries of why you might want to read it.
Interesting.
A meta book. A meta book.
Yeah, another book.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Came with a suitcase.
Yes, I was expecting that you would either have to put it in your laptop bag, like. Yeah.
So much.
אז מה שלומך?
בסדר, מה נשמע? טוב. זה לא השנה הכי טובה שלי, אבל
כן.
היא תשתפר, אני מקווה.
אני מניח. כן. כן.
כי זה לא עניין, זה טוב, יש צורה, יש צורה, קוראים עוד דברים.
So it really
וזה
gives
מהדהד
just
אחד
the
את השני.
synopsis of some books.
Like, what?
יש את
Do
לילה,
you want
היא
to-
בינתיים התרופה הכי טובה
אוי,
לכל דבר.
אוי.
Yeah, yeah, it
Keine
looks
weiter,
like.
als er gleich mal verwartet das Mann.
I don't see any familiar title or even
וואי, חבל על הזמן, כן, בעבוד הצגה. יש פה את כל הקיוטנס כזה מסתובב וזה, ועכשיו אין, וויקי בייביז, זה הדבר החדש.
The Lyra project.
כן.
Some gold mines in Kabbalah,
אפילו צילמו אותה עם לילה, אל תשאלי.
they went to Chile.
נשבע בשבועה חמורה ונקיטת חפץ שזהו, שהוא לא ישחרר את זה לאף אחד, וזה רק לאמא שלו, וזה, לא יודע, כל מיני כאלה. זו תמונה מעולה, יצא.
וואי, לומי, אני רוצה את התמונה הזאת. שלך ושל לירה. טוב, תגידי, אתם מתחילים או שאני אשאל לנו עד מתחילים?
That would be interesting. But I think it's still very early. Like they placed the last QR codes. Yeah, I was thinking about this. I haven't forgotten. Yes,
Just listen 1 minute to your discussion. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know how much they are, let's say, able and thinking of commercializing it and, for instance, placing in general, yes, but I don't know whether their activities will all be based on the Wiki thing. Like, this is just one aspect. It's a small town. You've checked it, I'm sure. It is small. I really don't know how they will upgrade.
Try with this. The mic?
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to our session on GLAM and education. We're really happy to see you. Actually, we can't really see you because the lights are really, yeah. But we'll try to manage, and hopefully you're going to enjoy this session. Let me first introduce my better half in this panel, kind of talk, João, who you've already, I think, met. If you haven't heard his talk about the Brazilian Museum on Saturday, then you can find it online because it's fascinating and he's doing amazing work. But his work is not only with museums. He's actually an educator and a professor at university in Brazil. And both of us have been doing both GLAM and education and thought it was worth making the point that GLAM and education many times go hand in hand. So what we wanted to get out of this session is basically, first of all, offer this viewpoint that working together, GLAM and education has its own benefits, and it's allowing us a new way to engage between projects. So it's a good strategy for us as Wikimedians. It's not a new strategy, but it's a strategy that we thought was worth mentioning in this conference. The second thing we wanted to do is basically help curate a bit of examples for you. So if someone is interested in doing something similar, it would be possible for you to find some examples of existing efforts already. And finally, throw into this interesting pot anyway, Wikidata, and talk about why this project that has emerged in the last few years has become a really important platform for us to do our work better. So let's begin. I think the best way to describe what it is that we want to say is that to say that GLAM and education is a match made in heaven. The reason is because we believe it's a win-win-win situation. So if you think of the three stakeholders that are in this realm, we have GLAMs, we have education institutions, and the third party is us, our community, Wikimedians, who are kind of liaisons, if you will, that connect these different institutions to work together. Some of what the GLAMs have out of collaborating with education institutions and with us is basically free labor, which is usually something that they kind of lack, right? Many institutions, many GLAMs have a lot of work to do, and they don't have the resources, or even if they already have a collaboration with our movement, they wouldn't necessarily have the people to work on it and to really do the work that needs to be done on specific things. And when I say free labor, I mean students. Because when you combine a GLAM collaboration with an education institution or educational work, it's never simple, right? But a simple collaboration with a lecturer at the university who gives his students an assignment that is connected already to a specific task that is related to a GLAM project that we're doing elsewhere could be a win-win situation. It's a way for the students to gain knowledge and expertise in a specific field or to explore this field, and it's a way for the museum or library or archive or whatever institution it is to basically enhance their collection and make sure that the collection or the work that needs to be done gets done. And from our side, we are kind of being matchmakers, right? We are making sure that the needs of each project are answered. And I think as educators who have, both of us are educators and have been experimenting with Wikipedia in the classroom and in changing the curriculum to basically bring Wikipedia into it and other Wikimedia projects, it's very challenging sometimes to find the right assignments to give to students when you don't have the whole semester to teach them everything, right? You need focused assignments. And that's where these collaborations are really helpful. So I'm going to give the stage now. I think the point is clear, and before we go into some examples, because we really don't have time today to explore more, so this is just a taste of it. I'm curious to hear if anyone has a question about that, if this idea, this concept is clear or if you have anything to say about that. Everything is clear? Any questions, any comments up till now? Wonderful. So I'm going to give the stage to João, who's going to showcase some examples from Brazil.
Thanks everyone. Thanks Shani. I'm a bit nervous. I feel like I'm talking in front of my boss. Shani was just elected the chair of the Wikipedia Education User Group, so I need to behave. So the idea here, as Shani already anticipated, they can. So the idea of what I'm going to showcase is to present from hands-on practice what Shani already anticipated. We are basically matching pairs or institutions and breaking institutional walls in light of fulfilling the mission of all the partners, of everyone that is involved. The GLAM institution, the education institution, our groups, and having really meaningful impact. That's what I'm going to present a little bit. These are done in very different perspectives, very different ways. I think we are still trying to figure out a name for it, which is, I think, an important step, the way that we need to do this matching, this liaison work. So this has been done as volunteer initiation, Wikimedians in residence, visiting scholars. The education world associated to Wikimedia project is huge. Just brought here, I don't know if it's readable. I'm famous for doing terrible slides. So this is just one more in the row. The Wiki education world has grown a lot. There's been, for instance, North America, a new organization, a recent organization that focuses and do a tremendous job, particularly in this area. So we've been able to scale up a lot. So the first case I'm going to show is one that is a partnership with the cultural heritage from São Paulo, the city where I live. And the idea was to engage students to produce pictures and Wikidata items on monuments and public sculptures in São Paulo. This was related to the School of Journalism and the São Paulo cultural heritage. We've uploaded like 17,000 images. These are from Wikidata, all the items that the students went on take pictures of. So if you click on this one, you get to the Wikidata item that the student worked on.
How
and
awesome
also
is that?
have
How awesome is that?
And you also have the image, and then you click on the image, you get to the category, and then you have the whole set that the student worked on, and there is a link here of the project. And the idea is always to have the student understand the meaning of educational photography. So this is a school of journalism, so that's what they are getting. What we are getting are the images or the data. This is a multi-partner project. It involves, and this is, I'm not considering us humble, we have probably the best photographers in the world in the community. So basically what we are doing is having them come to the classroom. So this is this picture here. I'm not one of the best photographers in the world, but this is mine. It's good for documentation. This is one of our very good photographers in the Brazilian community coming for the student and teach how to make amazing pictures. And also talking about documents. And we also have for the community Wikidata training on how we actually create these thousands of red dots on this Wikidata query. And the second case, I think it relates to what we saw this morning about audio files. So the idea was to produce audible versions of all paintings in museum collections in Brazil. That's again with the School of Journalism, that's where I teach. And with the Museu Paulista, which is an interesting case. If the Museu Nacional was burned in fire, this is a museum that is both collapsing and drowning at the same time. It's completely shut down. And it's probably one of the largest museums in Brazil. And the idea was to basically have audio files that we could use. So this is just to show all the ones, it goes on forever, all the ones we have created. And a lot of what the Loic from the Met showed, we are basically able to do it technologically and with a convergence through Wikidata. So these audio files are present now on the automated info box on Wikipedia. They are on list of paintings. They are also on the Wikidata item, and they have a huge impact. The museum can't do it. This is a museum that has other priorities. It's an amazing museum that it's gonna be shut down for several years. So they are trying to get open again. It's probably the most famous museum in my city. And it can be used, so this picture here is the director of the museum talking to students. Then we do this, visits with the students on the museums, and then we use the audio files, that's me talking to students with, who are visually impaired and who use this content that is produced by my students through the help of the education team of the museum for their art history classes. So we are not only providing the tech part of technology, but the social part of technology through this process, we are matching. A third case is the National Archives. And basically what we wanted here was to improve content on Brazilian constitutions. This is one of our big GLAMs as well. And just to show one case, what we wanted was to write on all the representatives in the history of Brazil. I have a lot of students. So we wrote like hundreds of entries, it goes on forever. And which is an interesting case. These are huge GLAM partnerships, so we have every month like 26 million views. We've uploaded so far, I think now that's outdated, but now over 7,000 images. It's so big that we could double the size of internet in Brazil when we are done uploading. But it's terrible metadata. This is one of the institutions that is under file hazard ticket in Brazil. So we are afraid it will get burned. And they are digitizing like crazy, and they don't know what they are digitizing. So what I do is that I put like big sets of images. I'm showing one on planes here, and I go to Wiki Project Aviation. Okay, so can you help me identify this image? And they do that like in 2 days. And it's a 400 image set that's crowdsourcing, again matching. So last case, and I'll give back the mic to Chani, relates to the University of São Paulo museums. So that's the University of São Paulo is a very large institution. Neuromat, which is my lab, the lab I'm part of, and 2 museums, the Matemateca, the Museum of Mathematics, and the Museum of Veterinary Anatomy. This is the picture that Catherine showed. I was very happy that she showed this image. It was our very first GLAM upload. It's a very tiny museum in the University of São Paulo that we've done a lot of work with. We are basically done uploading their collection, but we also created educational resources so that in the Department of Veterinary Anatomy, whatever that means, that's definitely not my field, the students were able to engage meaningfully with Wikipedia assignments. We've done similar work with the Museum of Mathematics. These images were all made by volunteer Wikimedians that came to the museum that were open, and they started uploading everything, and also produced amazing videos. We have hundreds of videos of mathematical related content like the Chladni figures. I think just of those ones we have those, and this is the museum director coming to show this element. And another part that I think is really important, when we started this work with the Museum of Mathematics, there was only one featured article on mathematics on Wikipedia in Portuguese. Now we have 11, I think 12, we count. should be good in mathematics. Vasya, come. You should be good in mathematics. And this is also, again, matching skills, because this is the product of this partnership to some extent, so it relates to bringing the professors in, the students in, the Wikimedians in. It also has an audio file. So this image here is produced by the lab, the professor is curating the content, the Wikimedia is making it into a Wikimedian article, and we are creating education. Stuff that will remain. We have wiki books on mathematical notes. We just can do everything. And that's the power. We are, as liaison, changing the way this kind of institutional partnerships work, and we are changing the way GLAM work, education institutions work, because we are focusing on the mission, which is we are sharing and producing very high-end knowledge and knowledge community. Thank you.
So Joao's examples are wonderful, I think, and some of it is quite sophisticated using Wikidata. I wanted also to take a few minutes to share some earlier examples, because as you can probably imagine, Joao is a veteran in running collaborations with both GLAMs and education. So in a way, not every collaboration can begin this way. And this is a very good example of something small that we did very early on when we just started out GLAM in Israel. We collaborated with the National Library of Israel, and we also, on a completely separate project, we're collaborating with a school in Haifa. And this school had a very specific group of kids, 10th grade kids were gifted, and they had a special program for them. And what we did in this matchmaking was basically create a unique workshop for them. And that entailed one day in which a volunteer from our community came to that school and gave them an intro to Wikipedia and kind of made them aware of what Wikipedia is and what the projects are, etc. And then we brought all these kids into the National Library to a second day. And during that day, they not only were exposed to all the unusual collections that our National Library has, but they also engaged in a Wikipedia workshop where they actually learned how to edit Wikipedia hands-on, and they ended up writing wonderful articles. So this is an example of a really small thing that you can do to bring institutions together. And I think it touches on the very core mission of these GLAMs, that many of them are there to not only curate cultural heritage, but also to educate. So education is kind of part of their mission as well. So joining education and GLAM is really in line in what they need to do anyway. This collaboration and many others, and I just want to give it as an example to how things might scale in a way that you never predicted, but we've had, when we just started out education and GLAM, we've had mini pilots, small things that we tried out, but these small steps that we took finally led to a collaboration with the Ministry of Education. So it could, something small that you do can turn out to be something very big later on as you scale and as you grow your efforts. Sorry. Yes, I'll skip that because we don't have time, but I'll say that collaborating with other wiki projects that already exist is a way to enhance this work. In Israel, for instance, when we work with GLAMs and with institutional, educational institutions, we many times work on gender gap issues using the Wiki Women Collaborative and specifically the Women in Red lists that exist in every language, and that's a good way to do it.
Others do it through art and feminism, editathons that are in libraries, and this is a good time maybe to mention libraries. Oh, yes, One Lib, One Ref. Who heard about that? Many of you. So that was a campaign mainly created for librarians around the world. The idea was that each librarian would add another reference to Wikipedia to enhance its resources and the references. And this project turned out to, was kind of shifted towards one student, one ref, which is an assignment that I did in one of the courses that I helped create, and this is, sorry about that. So that's the picture that you see, is a group of students. There are MA students at the School of Education at Tel Aviv University who had an assignment in Wikipedia to add a reference. So sometimes these collaborations can, again, take a shape that is a bit different than you expected. And I would say that the lowest hanging fruits would be working with GLAM institutions that are inside academic institutions or educational institutions, such as a museum or archive or a library that is in a university. And I think all of us have these types of organizations in your countries. So, and librarians specifically are some of our best friends, right? They are educators in nature. They help staff, faculty, they help students. So doing something in the library that is in an academic institution is some of the easiest ways to jumpstart such a project. Lastly, yes, I want to mention Kelly's work in the US. She's a Wikipedian in residence, actually, at a library which is inside a university. And she's focusing specifically on the gender gap. So these types of collaborations, again, allow her to do, being part of a GLAM and inside an academic institution, allows her to do various things that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. So I think our last point was, let me see, because it's difficult to look, sorry. Oh, yes, I think that point is clear, but I want to end with what João was saying about Wikidata and how today, when we have Wikidata, I don't know why it's not working. Okay, for some reason it's stuck. But basically, today Wikidata has become a platform for us to not only use throughout our GLAM projects, but also during our educational endeavors. We are only at the beginning of exploring how to really work with Wikidata in the classroom, but definitely collaborating with existing efforts in GLAM and having lists like listeria lists that curate some of the information, or I don't know how many of you saw Tabernacle, which is also helpful to students. So these types of new tools that are emerging now, and this type of new work is changing the game. And we don't have time, we have to move to the next session. So we both encourage you to explore and experiment, because that's the only way to get some progress and get new things to happen. So we hope we inspired you to try something in your own countries. And if you are already doing that, we would love to hear that. Part of the reason for doing this is, again, to curate existing examples, as we did with the gender gap yesterday. So help us know what's happening that we don't know of. You can add yourselves to the top page of the, or the Etherpad of this session that you can find in the program. And thank you so much for listening. I'm going to move on. I'm going to thank João so much. Woohoo! and I'm actually going to continue with you to a different session. So let me just switch presentations very quickly.
In the meantime, any questions while the presentation is opening to João maybe, or any question, any comment about education in GLAM? No comments at all. You're a very quiet crowd, you all. Okay.
Shani, can I have a question?
Yes, of course, please.
Okay, since there are a lot of Wikipedians who are concerned about the quality of contributions of students, how do GLAM people feel about?
Yes, please.
We know that in the wiki world there will be Wikipedians who have concerns about the quality of contributions of students and educational projects. How do GLAM people feel about it? Do they have some reserves? How do we approach them? How do we calm them down?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I guess it all comes down to being aware of your efforts and knowing the limits in advance. So not, I think these guidelines work to any collaboration you do, even without matching it to another institution, but not promising things that you can't make happen. Make sure that your collaborators know who you are, how the community works, knows that they don't own the material. So all the regular stuff that working with GLAM entails are still relevant here. And when it comes down to students working, as long as you know, if you do a good wiki work, then it's referenced and you can track it. You can follow it and you can make changes if something is not well enough. So I don't see a big issue. I see that us as liaisons, our job is basically to help both sides understand the limits and the potential of each project. And it would also depend on the specific place you are in the world. Because it's also a cultural thing, right? Just the way that some cultures don't use references the way other countries use them. So it's, there were instances where it was the culture to copy, right? To copy paste. It wasn't considered in that culture to be wrong. But of course, it doesn't work when you work inside Wikipedia. So these type of things relate also to the exact place you are in the world, and again, to tailoring the specifics of your project to where you are and who you're working with. I hope I answered. Okay. I'm moving on, and I'll try to finish on time. So this second talk that I want to give now is about medical-related GLAM projects. And let me begin by introducing myself, which I think I haven't really done properly throughout this conference. So you might have heard me on Saturday and Sunday. But this is me. Hi, everyone. Shani Evenstein. I'm from Israel, if it wasn't clear. I actually work for a living at Tel Aviv University. I am an EdTech innovation strategist. I work specifically on medical education at the Sackler School of Medicine. I'm also a researcher and a PhD candidate at the School of Education, so I'm an educator of sorts. And I lecture about Wikipedia and Wikidata. In my university, I open 2 academic courses, and that's one of my hats. Another one is very much in the free knowledge movement, not only in Wikimedia, but mostly in Wikimedia. And in the Wikimedia realm, I do mostly outreach, as you could have gathered if you've been following what I've been talking about in the last few days. And one of my hats, I do GLAM work and I do education work, but one of my hats has to do with medical-related issues on Wikipedia. And I'm the chair of Wiki Project Medicine Foundation, which is one of the user groups, one of the affiliates in the Wikimedia movement, and a registered charity in the US.
You got it right. I'm a bit like the Mad Hatter. Yes, I have crazy weeks and days. And what do I want to talk, now that you know me a bit better, what do I want to talk about today? So first I want to give you some context as to why medicine actually fits into the GLAM umbrella. Then I want to, I have a full menu for you, as you can see. So my main course would be to give you some examples of collaborations that we actually have worldwide. And for dessert, I want to give you some takeaways. So hopefully I'm going to get through all of this in a very short time. So bear with me. So the first course, some context. Traditionally, as I think most of you know, GLAM was really relating to galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And not only a good chance to show David Bowie in my presentations. And we have a lot of success stories of museums and libraries and archives around the world. But as GLAM progressed, we kind of saw that some other examples joining this huge umbrella of GLAM. And we kind of started Wiki Loves Monuments and the collaboration with UNESCO, or collaborating with the federal government of the US. And Wiki Cities. This is from Monmouth in Wales. That was the first Wiki City that we had. Monmouth PDA, it was called, the project. It still exists. I've been to Wales and I've seen it with my own eyes. It's very cool still. And what I'm trying to get at is that GLAM has, throughout the years, we've started to have a broader kind of definition for what GLAM is. And we kind of include in it any organization that either curates information or that gathers experts in a specific field or fields, or it can show some benefits from being associated with the GLAM movement, or it simply has best practices very similar to the ones that we have in GLAM, such as having a Wikipedian in residence. So this includes collaborations besides the ones that I mentioned under the umbrella, collaborations with zoos, for example. You see here the zoo in Bulgaria. Hey, Vasya again. This was a QR project that they did at the zoo. It was really cool, but also research centers and governmental institutions such as the panel that was before, before ours discussed, and other like-minded organizations, which is a really broad way to explain it, I would say, and including medical-related organizations. Why is it important? And this is the context that I wanted to give now that you know that GLAM is not just galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. First of all, it appears that the average person goes online much more than they go to their doctors, right? This is from the US, so the average person spends 3 minutes at his physician and 52 hours, 3 times, and 52 hours online, checking medical information online. And it gets worse, the time that they spend with the physician, as you go into other places in the world that are not the US, right? So you can see here some stats from India, from Pakistan, China, and Singapore. It's very low, it's very short, the amount of time that we actually spend on with our doctors these days. And this, having accessibility to this medical information or high quality medical education that is actually accurate could be the difference between life and death to some people. So some numbers that some of you may know, Wikipedia has become the number 5 biggest project, biggest website in the world, serving more than 500 million people every month. And half of them are through cell phones, right? Even more than half, we know for sure. And interestingly, research from the end of 2015, the beginning of 2016, shows us that Wikipedia, out of the whole internet, has become the #1 website for medical information. So people go to Wikipedia more than they go to other health-related organizations to look for medical information. So this really means that we have a lot of work making sure that what we have on Wikipedia is accurate, right? And you know us Wikipedians and Wikimedians, we take our work very seriously. So this is just an example of how many page views we had in 2013, right? It goes up and up and up every year. And I just wanted to give you one example of why it could be, it has an important and an impact. Ebola spread through 2014. It has become the #1 viewed page on Wikipedia that year, of more than 100 million page views. And that got translated to many, many languages, of course, and served the community that really needed it. Yes, and it's important to note that Wikipedia has become the source for knowledge not only to the general public, but actually to physicians, whether they admit it or not, to medical students, to journalists, and to policymakers. So, and I'm going to skip this because we know the answer to that, right? Wikipedia is sort of reliable, depends on the citations and the references, but we do have a system to make sure that the knowledge there is reliable and trackable. And skipping this, but I could say that most of the medical information references come from these journals that you see here, which are some of the best journals on medicine in the world. And we also know that in terms of just finishing the overview of why it's important, we also know that Wikipedia compared to other resources online is better used by students than other medical reference books that they have, like UpToDate and other textbooks. This is an actual research from that you're welcome to explore. All the details are in the presentation. So I'm going to skip that, but, and this is the but you expected a but, I hope. But this is the beginning of a list of the number of medical articles in English Wikipedia. We have about over 30,000 of them. But as you go out of English Wikipedia, a huge drop. And it goes on and on. There's a link here to the whole list where you can see how many articles are available in your own languages. And I can tell you Hebrew is right beneath here with about 3,000 articles. 10% of which, by the way, were written by my student at my WikiMed course. So this is not enough. There is a huge amount of work to be done. And we can't do it alone. The community that we have is not enough. We don't have enough people editing these content, and not to mention other projects, right? Outside of Wikipedia, we have sister projects that are also relevant. So collaborations become a really huge deal for us. We have been collaborating with academic institutions in various places in the world, and I've also already mentioned my WikiMed course. So these are my students. But most importantly, we collaborate a lot with GLAMs. And I'm getting to my main course, which I'll go through quickly, of some examples of these collaborations. The first is collaborating with Translators Without Borders. You may have heard about Doctors Without Borders, right? Who haven't? But apparently there's another group that's called Translators Without Borders, and they've been helping us to make sure that the content that we have on English Wikipedia, which, as you now know, it's the biggest repository that we have. So English is important because it then serves as a source to be translated from to other languages. So we've worked with them to create, first of all, a list of the most important 100 articles that needs to exist in every language, especially in places that don't have good resources. And we've made sure to translate these articles into these languages using this community. This is just another example. Turnitin. How many of you have heard about Turnitin? This is some of you. So this is a for-profit organization that helps universities and other educational institutions track cheating, right? People copying and pasting academic papers. They have a huge database, and in this collaboration, they let us use their resources to create a bot that now checks every medical edit, medical-related edit that is happening on English Wikipedia is tracked by this bot, compared through the resources of Turnitin to check that there is no copyright violations in copy-pasting from existing articles and books on medicine, etc. And this helps the community track new articles being created on medicine. So this is very helpful to a small community of editors. This changes a lot, right? It helps us to scale what we do. Until recently, we've been collaborating with Osmosis. This is a very, I specifically brought it, although it's not relevant today because I want people to be aware of it. Osmosis have been creating free videos, medical-related videos for a long time. They have been collaborating with us, and those videos were uploaded to Commons and then used in various wiki articles in various languages, which is a really important resource. Yes, a picture does worth 1,000 words sometimes, especially when it comes to medicine, but videos are even more important sometimes. So having such resources is important. Unfortunately, our community has decided that it's not okay to use these videos for various reasons, and we're not collaborating with Osmosis as of now. I hope that changes, but we're already looking for alternative with Wiki Videos, a platform that will allow for a more flexible way to edit videos and add references as our community demands. Wrapping up, because I want to give just a few more examples. If you're interested in more, just tap into the presentation. It's going to be online soon, but I want to mention the Center for Research, the Research Center for Cancer in the UK, which had a Wikipedian in resident. For a long time, they did tremendous work together. And Consumers Report, which had a Wikipedian in resident, working with some really big institutions on releasing content under free license, like the WHO, the World Health Organization, or ELI, the International League Against Epilepsy. We're now looking for a Wikipedian in residence to help them scale what they do. They are actually a global organization of experts from around the world. They actually have chapters like our movement, and they have many, many people they want to engage with our community. So these are the type of collaborations that we work on. We, of course, worked with some more traditional GLAMs like the Wellcome Collection and the various libraries that focus on medical literature, and Cochrane. Who here have heard of Cochrane? A few of you. So Cochrane focuses on creating reviews on specific topics, and these review articles on specific topics are some of the best references on medicine that we can use. So they can take a topic and basically give an academic review of what's been written in that field. So these review articles are crucial. One of our collaborations is having a Wikipedian in resident at Cochrane who's helping to work, and she's also doing educational stuff, apropos education and GLAM working together. And this is actually a good new model that is emerging from working, because one of our problems as a small community of editors is that many institutions want to collaborate with us, and we don't have enough people to be their Wikipedian in residence. In that case, we might take someone from the outside, like Jenny Dawson. She is a PhD and specializes in the field that was relevant to Cochrane, and
we had Wikipedians from our community training her to become a Wikipedian. So that's a new way to scale what we do. Finally, I want to talk about last digital mile. And just mention that many, many people are still not connected to the internet as of now. They simply have no access. So we are trying to solve it in a few ways. The silver lining is that many of these people have cell phones, which has entered the very low, even the lowest economical layers of society. They have cell phones, and then the discussion is whether or not they have money to surf, right, if they have data access. So we're doing all sorts of things, and one of them is creating a medical-related app of all of the medical content of Wikipedia that people can download to their phones, which will be available offline, so that's one option. And the more interesting one is Internet in a Box. I actually have one here, so why don't you take a look? Will you catch and move to others? Let's try that. Woo, almost. So Internet in a Box is a very cool box. It becomes a hotspot for about 30 people, and we send it to places in the world where there really is no infrastructure. These people don't have access to the internet. Think of war zones and very, very low undeveloped places in the world. And today we are focusing our energy on creating these internet in boxes which allow people to basically surf into Wikipedia's medical content in various languages. Accordingly, we tailor the information to specific languages. Actually, what you see now is an older version. We actually have a newer version that is, yes, you can try it out if you want. There's an online way to build one if you're interested. But basically, we have a newer version that holds all of Wikipedia, not only the medical content, and also videos, etc. So it's getting better and smaller all the time, and cheaper. These small things cost between $30 to $50 each, which is what it costs for us to create them, to manufacture all the different. We don't have profit on it. That's about it in terms of, yes, and finally Wikidata, which is changing everything for us as well. We have various projects that connect institutions and the information on Wikidata in various new ways, and we're still exploring. And finally, some takeaways. I would say that while sometimes not connected to cultural content per se, these organizations are essentially GLAMs because they curate information, and you don't have to be a doctor to participate, to contribute, and to change lives of people. I'm a good example of that. I'm not medically trained. I'm an educator, but I do a lot of work that assists and helps create information. And many of you, these are the people who usually edit, and you can see that half of them are healthcare professionals, but that means that the other half is you, right? It could be each and every one of you. And you can translate content, you can work on videos, you can do all sorts of collaborations that will help enhance the medical information in your own language. This actually matters. You saw the numbers. You understand how much people go online and search for the information, and it's important that they find the information not only in English, but in their own language, that they understand. So help us and join us, and try this at home, please. Usually they say, don't try this. I'm asking you to try it at home, because you never know, it might surprise you, right? You never know what might come of it, and what impact your work will have, and how it can help save lives. Thank you so much for listening. And wow, it's 12, I made it. Who's next?
coming.
Luca, you're coming. So while they're setting up, if you have any questions for me, I'm here. Any questions? Yes. Who has the other mic? Where is it? Oh, here it is. So that I have everything. Yes, thank you so much.
I'm Jan, Wikimedia of the Czech Republic.
We can't hear you. Loud.
I was.
Where's the other mic, by the way? Working? No, just shout.
Long press.
Just shout. Long press on the tiny little red thingy.
Yeah, we did. But
You did?
it's
No?
not.
Oh, here it
talking
is.
to
It's
us.
now working. Now it's working. Just stop now. No?
Just shout.
Shout, shout. Because we are,
Okay, so are we shouting?
yeah.
In the we try to make some cooperations with universities in the field of medicine, and the biggest problem was that the physicians and professors from medical universities don't feel comfortable with the fact that they write something on Wikipedia and anybody can come and rewrite it. And then they have to discuss with them and explain to non-educated people who is right and why they are not right, and it takes a lot of time, and they are not willing simply to do that.
Yeah.
And the solution which they found was that they founded their own medical Wikipedia. It's called Wikiscripta. It's run by Czech universities, and only physicians and medical professors and students of medical fields can contribute, and it's growing quite fast. You showed the list of various languages, and Czech language was at the very bottom, even below Hebrew, with
Oh, that's not even the end of it. It goes on and on.
Yeah, I know. We are very proud that we were shown on the list because there are many languages below even. But the university Wikipedia is much larger, and it can be compared to Germany that we showed there, about 10,000 articles. And it's growing very fast. It's very young. It's about 10 years old, and we managed to catch German Wikipedia. So that could be the solution.
I don't know how it's a solution, but it's definitely a problem that many places in the world have. And the fact that people run wiki sites outside of Wikipedia to host medical information, that's nice. We have one in Hebrew as well. It will never ever have the reach that Wikipedia, as the 5th biggest website, has. The articles written by my students, we wrote about 300 articles up till now. This is the 6th year now that I'm running the course. They got over 6 million views. And we are a tiny, tiny community in the tiny language, right? So as you have more people, you'll have more reach. And let me tell you that even if they don't agree to say so, at least for now, they also use Wikipedia. In their day-to-day, they use Wikipedia. And it's about finding this one person who agrees to collaborate with you as a starting point. You don't need the whole university. You need just one professor willing to work with you. But I don't want to take their time. So if you have such collaborations or such problems or such issues, please contact me, Wiki Project Medicine Foundation. Our user group will be happy to support you, to assist you wherever you are in the world. This is what we do. Okay? Thank you all for listening.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the last session before lunch, I think. Are we? No? One more? Well, we have a little bit of an update on your sheet here. So our session title today is actually about Wikipedia and Wikimedia as projects for community builders for music. And so Luca and I are going to be presenting together today. For those of you who do not know me, which is literally everyone here because this is my first Wikimedia event ever, my name is Kim Guile and I'm the Community Reference Manager at the Kansas City Public Library in Kansas City, which is in the middle of the United States. And I have about 17 years of public library experience. And if you go on Wikipedia, you will see this is the community bookshelf at the Kansas City Public Library. You should look it up. It's totally current. I've edited it.
Hi, unfortunately, you know me. I'm a long-term Wikimedian since 12 years. I started in 2006. Luca Martinelli, currently Wikimedian in residence, but I was also board member for Wikimedia Italy since until last year. I'm still admin on Italian Wikipedia, on Wikidata, OTRS member, you name it. So I'm that annoying guy on the various Telegram groups. If you think of me. Oh, right, the hat is courtesy of user Kubo in Berlin last year. So thanks to him. So what we are going to talk about are our relative projects about music and how we declined them during the last years. So I'm going to talk about three things very quickly. So the pilot project with the conservatories, which are music universities, let's say, in Italy, of my hometown, which is Benevento, and of another town, which is kindly related to Benevento, which is called Avellino. Then of an editathon dedicated to Giuseppe Verdi, which is one of our most beloved composers in Italy. And then the agreement with the ICBSA, I will explain it later. It's basically the National Library Service for audio and sound. And that's what I did in the last year.
And then I will be talking about how the Kansas City Public Library used an editathon to promote jazz and all of the jazz information that is in Kansas City and the rich cultural heritage that we have of jazz in Kansas City.
So, basically, quick word about the conservatories. It started on Wikipedia, and this is not a Wikimedia Italy project. This is a project of the Italian community, and it started like a professor from the Conservatorio of Benevento just signed up, started editing, and one of the long-term, another one of the long-term users on the Italian Wikipedia, noticed it. They started to talk about it, and they messaged one another, and it came out that she was a professor at the Conservatorio of Benevento. So Gianfranco, this long-term user, which signed up in 2001, actually, said, oh, I know someone from Benevento, which is me. So he basically brought me in this project. And what happened is that we started with a pilot semester in the Conservatorio of Benevento. It was about the complete revision of the Gaetano Donizetti's Lucia di Lammermoor article on the Italian Wikipedia, which kindly decuplicated in its length. And it was basically, it was updated by the whole class of this professor. And so we then replicated this also for Giuseppe Verdi's operas. We created new articles, and it was also replicated in the Conservatory of Avellino, where actually this other professor, this time a male, so we have like 50% and 50%, they followed actually a line, a silver lining in this. They took three renowned philosophers and theologians, and they described their approach to music. So basically, we both revised and expanded the articles about these operas, but also we shed a light about how the greatest philosophers like Augustine of Hippo, like Boëtius, like Isidore of Seville, what they thought actually about music. One more thing about Lucia di Lammermoor, it ended up with the class seeing it actually at the Opera Theatre in Rome, And there's a particular thing about it. If you go to the Italian version of Lucia di Lammermoor, you'll find out a specific photo that was taken that night. Because on that very night, a specific instrument called the glass harmonica was used, which was in the original version, the very first version of the Lucia di Lammermoor. But since it's a very heavy instrument, Donizetti had to give up on that instrument. And on that very night, I think we also took a video of the guy playing the glass harmonica, so you even can hear the music of that. Couple of years, fast forward a couple of years, and I work at ICCU, which is basically the National Library System of Italy, and we were involved into Europeana Sound, which is a project about Europeana and music. And then we said, what can we do about it? And me and another colleague, Elisa Sciotti, we decided to hold an editathon about Giuseppe Verdi. We talked with ICBSA, which, as I told you, it's basically the National Library System for music and for ethno-anthropological audio and recordings. So we basically teamed up with my association and the Europeana, and we held this editathon. Elisa did a great amount of work about this, so you do not know her, but I have to say that she did an amazing job, and without her, this editathon would have never been done. So basically, what I want to focus about, you see the results here. I don't want to brag too much about it, but just one thing I have to. ICBSA was really worried about what people can do about their audio files. So we spent like 6 months to convince them about this. And then we came to an agreement and say, okay, you just donate us a small amount of files, you choose it, and you tell us why they are important, why those kind of music from Giuseppe Verdi is really important, so that we can better contextualize them in our articles. And what I want to brag about is the fact that in between these 78 original audio files, there's the whole Messa da Requiem by Giuseppe Verdi. That's the whole Requiem played in 1943 by the Orchestra of Rome. So it's basically the whole opera on Commons for free. You can listen to it on 78 RPM. So it really dates back a long time. I'm quite done, and finally I can leave the stage to him. So after the editathon, the director liked it so much, and liked the fact that we called also on expert. Even the president of the Giuseppe Verdi Institute came, and it wasn't exactly such a small thing. So ICBSA and Wikimedia Italy established a 3 years agreement. And we started with 1 year residency. Unfortunately for them, I was chosen. So you see the objectives: creation and enrichment of Wikipedia articles, donation of images, and blah blah blah. And we reached some kind of results here. So I did an attempt as a cross-wiki contest called the Wiki Loves Music. You see the logo here, which I did. Feel free to reuse it and to actually use it in your own country and try to, we had to focus on the Italian music because of course it was in the agreement, but I was planning on next year's to, give it to the community and let the community decide what to do with this kind of contest, how to think about it and try to extend your knowledge about music in your countries. Because that's what I did, actually. I'll stop bragging about it, sorry. Just the last one. You see Canzone Italiana. This was basically an article I wrote from the scratch. And it starts since the 19th century up until our days. And it's the whole history, let's say 70%, 80% of our history in music. So from when it was sang the very first song, which kinda ironically was it's a Neapolitan song, and I come from southern Italy, so quite ironically. So this, the very first song of the Italian history, it's a Neapolitan song, coming from a poem. But then again, it comes from a very long tradition of local music, and not until the First World War we can talk about a real Italian song. And so it goes on and goes on. It was 3 weeks of work. And then I also did, again, the history of the Festival of Sanremo, which is the most important festival in Italy about music. And it was also the very idea at the base of the Eurovision Song Contest. And I know in here there are people like me who love Eurovision Song Contest. Also, there were also other media donated, so you can find them on Commons. There are also other coming. So, in the end, just a few words so that I can really hand over to Kim. Quality over quantity. In Italy, quantity is not viewed as the objective. All of them, all of the people I've talked to, they are not interested in mass donation. They want to speak about quality. Possibly it's something that has to do with our culture. We want to give ourselves an importance. But, I mean, it works. So we prefer a more profound approach on things, very limited. So well-defined projects, at least in Italy, tend to be more impactful on Wikipedia, as well as physical events. I mean, people from the institutions, at least in Italy, I don't know in your countries, but I did this like just for thoughts, just to give some thoughts. They want to see who's behind Wikipedia. They want to be reassured about the fact that we are not some malignant divinity that wants to corrupt their message and their quality. No, we are actually properly involved into this. And the editor, Don Giuseppe Verdi, worked very much on this. Unfortunately, GLAM should be on board. The project with the conservatory went well because the professors were into it and they actually managed it. While the ICBSA agreement didn't went so well because, well, I managed it, but not just because it was me, but because I had a direct relationship with the director, which actually went into retirement in September. So we are waiting on renewing the residency. While the other people there didn't understand what I was doing, and it was kind of difficult to talk with them. So we need probably someone inside the GLAM, like him here, to run things in order to convince the colleagues in order to do stuff. So that's about it for my part. You can go. I can do it for you.
You do it. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
So, great job. So I am here because I took Mary Lee Prophet's 9-week course through OCLC on Wikipedia and libraries better together. Is Mary Lee in here? She's not. She's one of my favorite people in the world now. She's changed my life. The only reason I'm even in Tel Aviv is because of her in this class. So we had several objectives that we had throughout the class, and one of those objectives, as I learned Wikipedia and I got a username and I made my first edits and I started to understand, I believe it was Liam who talked about how the goals and mission of libraries and the goals and mission of Wikimedia are so similar, and we do the same things for the same people in the same media, and so why don't we collaborate more? So that mission melding really attracted me to Wikipedia and made me want to do more with it. And so the program that I decided that I wanted to do was an edit-a-thon, and anybody who knows anything about Kansas City, we are known for baseball and barbecue and jazz. And sports writing is very well taken care of in Wikipedia, so that was not a need that we had. Barbecue is barbecue. It's fine, it's delicious, it's amazing. But really what I was excited about doing was jazz. So everybody knows you write what you know, and if you are excited about something, you can convey that excitement to other people. And since jazz it has its home in Kansas City. What a perfect way to engage the community around jazz and share that rich cultural heritage that we have with the world. And when I looked in Wikipedia, it just so happened to be that we were not very well represented. So we had a great opportunity here. So on March 4th of this year, I hosted the Jazz Wikipedia Editathon, and we had 28 people from Kansas City show up to this editathon. I think one of the biggest reasons why this was successful, how are we doing on time? I'm seeing a lot of people coming in. 8 more minutes, fabulous. So one of the reasons why it was so successful was because of the partnerships that we had. We thought really creatively about who we wanted to bring to the table. So I reached out to the Kansas City Jazz Orchestra, and they came and actually played music during the event. I reached out to the American Jazz Museum, which is hosted on 18th and Vine in Kansas City, a historic jazz site, and we hosted our event at the Jazz Museum. Right next door is the historic Gem Theater, where we all went for drinks afterwards, so it was fantastic. I also reached out to Restless Spirits, which is a local distillery in Kansas City. You might think, why would you do that? Number one, everyone loves drinking, and number two, the owner of the distillery is really passionate about jazz, and so I said, why don't you create us a signature cocktail for our Wikipedia Editathon? And they said, that is a great idea. And when I was pitching this to people, they're like, are you sure you want people drinking and editing Wikipedia? The answer is yes, we do. Yes, so it was a lot of fun. Yeah. So we got all these people together, and they met around the common interest of jazz. And we had Kansas City jazz musicians. We had people who were interested in jazz and passionate about jazz. We had board members from the Jazz Museum. We had librarians that were there from the Kansas City Public Library. We had people who were new to Kansas City and they just wanted to learn about what was happening in Kansas City, and what a better way to meet people than at an editathon. It was this really positive community building experience. And everybody that was there learned something new. We had people that were coming in that didn't even have an email address, let alone a Wikipedia editor account. So we were teaching these information literacy skills, and it was absolutely mind-boggling to me that someone would say, oh, a Wikipedia editathon, let me go to that, and not know how to use a computer at all. But people did it, and we were able to engage and build that community and build those relationships. We were able to also teach people the qualities or the concepts behind Wikipedia of, how to create a good citation. What is a good citation? How do you do your research? How do you make sure that the content that you're adding is valid and notable, and all of the criteria that goes into it. So that was fantastic. It was a great way to also highlight the library collections. So anybody who has been in a library before knows that libraries tend to house small one-off titles that are created locally, that are centered around local content. By having these Wikipedia Editathon, we could take that content and make it available on a global scale. And so all of this information that we have about these formative jazz musicians that found their home in Kansas City, we could tell that to the world now. This was very exciting. And the last thing that I'm really excited about with this is we were able to move the needle on editor demographics during this editathon. You were probably seeing all the pictures that we had throughout the event. These were actually pictures of the event, if you did not catch up on that, which are available in Creative Commons. Learned all kinds of things, guys. We had not all white males, which was great. We had people of color, we had women, we had everything that you could imagine. It's all in English, but hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? We also had the dashboard that we created, which is really helpful in terms of talking to my library staff and talking to the American Jazz Museum and the Kansas City Jazz Orchestra to tell the story and to really help measure the impact of what we did. So this was only in 1 week. We had over 16,000 hits on the content, on the articles that we had created and edited. I know this is a very busy slide. I don't expect you to be able to read it or take notes on it. This is just a quick shout out to the fact that my co-presenter and I, which is Monica Shingle-Jones from OCLC, she was their Wikipedian in residence for a while during this program. We co-wrote an author that is now going to be published in Computers and Libraries, and it's going to be published in November. So you feel free and look at that on computers and libraries, so the website's on there. You can see that in the slides later. So Luca told me that people are really interested in the do's and don'ts during these presentations, so here are my do's and don'ts. The most important thing is to leverage your partnerships, be positive. The more excited you are, the more excited other people are going to be when they're doing this program with you. It's important you feed people. Please have breath mints. It gets really weird sometimes. Advertise what you're doing, share your story with other people, and I think the most important thing is to just be bold. The concept behind Wikipedia that I think everybody who took this course and people who have been involved in Wikipedia before is boldness. If you don't try it, if you don't take the risk, it's not going to happen. I am only here because I was bold. So it's very exciting for me. The last thing that I wanted to share with you is the importance of telling your story. Once you do these things, don't just post it on the GLAM newsletter, because I have to be honest with you, librarians do not read the GLAM newsletter. We don't even know what that is. So you have to tell the story to us in places where we already are. So going to things like library conferences and sharing your story there, writing for Computers and Libraries magazine. Alex Stinson and Jason Evans wrote a piece that I believe was in American Libraries magazine. And that is how I got connected with them and started learning about what is a Wikimedian in residence and how do I do that and how do I make this happen. That's because they're meeting me where I am. So that's really important as you're doing this. Share your story, get published, think about non-traditional avenues of getting your story out there. So that is all we have. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Luca and I. And thank you so much for letting me come and being so patient with me and letting me ask all these questions. Questions?
Interesting here.
I can't see anything up here. It's so bright.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kim. It was really inspiring. Wow. I want to do such a question in Bulgaria. Do you plan to do more? I mean, this was the first one.
Keep it up, yeah.
Yeah, we do plan to do more. I think what was really successful is the fact that we did it around something that people in Kansas City are really interested in. And so I have a lead in Kansas City with the National World War I Museum. And so potentially doing a World War I Museum edit-a-thon, potentially something around, we have a Folly Theater in Kansas City, which has a very rich history with burlesque. And I think that would be a really fun edit-a-thon, like a super fun edit-a-thon. So yeah, I have lots of other ideas about what to do with it.
For the Armistice Day in a few days.
Yes, that is exactly right.
This is the year to work with it.
Yes.
Any other questions?
We have time for one more.
I'm astonished.
Be creative,
It is on
you
time.
guys.
Also, well, basically, if we have time, also thank to Kim, because I actually want to share this. She, quote, forced me, end quote, to finish my presentation before getting here. And we all know we should learn this as presentators. You know it. I mean, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
While Ben is setting up, I can ask the organizers. While Ben is setting up, I just want to take a minute to ask all the presenters who've created fabulous presentations to upload them to Commons and to connect them to the submission page on the program, so it's easy for everyone at home to reach out to the presentations that they saw here today. Put stuff on the Etherpads as well. It's a resource for all of us. And Ben, are you ready? Not just yet. You have an announcement.
Okay, lunch is at 12:30. At 1, sorry. Now it's 12:30. You know where? The buses leave at 1:30. to Jerusalem, so don't be late. We don't have room, so it's going to be based on registration. Those who registered first will get on the bus. Make sure that if you have a flight before midnight, you cannot go on the bus because you wouldn't be at the airport on time.
So we will really, when we do the onboarding on the bus, we will want to ask you specifically when your flight is, because we don't want you to miss your flight. And you know, we're going to Jerusalem. We have a full program there. There's the National Library. There's the Israel Museum. There's lots of things to see, and we don't want to be like last minute. So please make sure that, you know, if your flight is before midnight, I'm afraid you cannot go on the tour. You won't get to the airport in time to do all the security and everything that's needed, and that's unfortunate. Now, the registration didn't close on time for the tour, so I believe more people have signed up than we actually have seats on the bus, and that is unfortunate. So we will just have to do it according to who signed up first. And we will be doing that right after lunch. So, and if you have any questions, just come to us and we'll check everything. And now, you have your own.
Okay. Great. Is everyone settled? So, this is the last talk of the conference. Very honored to be given this slot, also a little intimidated. I was also given a very intimidating talk title to fill. So, cue thunder, kettle drums, fog machines. I came into the conference with a number of ideas that I and my team and the community have been discussing about where are we going in this community practice of GLAM, this collective community practice, the Wikimedia community, and our institutional allies and partners. And of course, I should introduce myself. Thank you. It's been a long weekend. My name is Ben Vershbaum. I'm the Director of Community Programs at the Wikimedia Foundation, which basically is the worlds of GLAM and education. So we are trying to help grow community capacity in the Wikimedia movement and in the professional sectors to do this work more effectively, more expansively together. And also arguing for resources and kind of direction in the foundation to better support this work through our technical platforms and products. Thank you so much. You're a good soul. That's dangerous. And I'm going to talk a bit more about myself and my background in just a moment. But as I came to this conference with a number of ideas about where we potentially heading, of course, as any good conference will, it sort of stirred that pot up. So I think what I'm about to present over the next half hour is sort of a bit of a riff, a bit of a stream of consciousness ramble through some possibility spaces I see, some questions that have been asked and discussed throughout this conference. So hopefully this will echo, develop, connect things that we're already thinking about and discussing. Maybe introduce one or two new thoughts. Before I dive into the where might we be going, I want to tell you a little bit more about where I've been. I'm relatively new to the Wikimedia community as a deep participant. Long time been a fan, user, advocate. I think folks who have been getting to know me know that I have a background in the GLAM sector. I wanted to give you just a quick overview, just a taste of some of the stuff I've worked on. I think it'll help give you a sense of where I'm coming from, the kinds of things I worked on, and how that developed the perspective that brought me to the Wikimedia movement, where I'm so excited and honored to be working. So just quickly, a little kind of dance through this history. I have actually a background in theater studies and literature, and I sort of accidentally fell down the digital rabbit hole in about 2004, working for a strange, quixotic organization called the Institute for the Future of the Book, which was set up by a really brilliant kind of early multimedia publishing pioneer named Bob Stein. And this ended up being an incredible kind of mentorship and a crash course in new media, where I developed my perspective on the internet, or the beginnings of a perspective. I won't go deep into this work, but just one representative project from 2006. We were exploring how the traditions of the printed book were colliding with kind of the digitally mediated forms of speech, conversational form media like blogs. And we did a bunch of projects with authors that explored how a draft of a manuscript in progress might come into very intimate contact with a community discussion that might then inform the development of that text. So not quite a wiki, but really collapsing the distance between reader and writer dramatically and seeing what sparks flew. So just to give you a sense, there's a thread in the work I've done about bringing creators and contributors and audience together into a more collaborative mix. The big body of work that led me and sort of I think prepared me to an extent for the work I'm now doing in the Wikimedia movement was at the New York Public Library, where I spent over 8 years. So Loic was showing you one picture of an august institution on Fifth Avenue. This is another august institution on Fifth Avenue in New York City, just down on 42nd Street. Had the great privilege of working in this building for 6 of those 8 years. And actually, my wiki story began at this, not this building, but at this library system in a way that I had almost forgot and then was reminded by numerous folks on my team and Liam Wyatt, who was in 2011 organizing the GLAM camp in New York City, which was one of these early convenings that was really bringing focus and kind of definition of the GLAM community of practice. And I was kind of participating in a very clerical way. I was busy with some projects. My boss said, hey, there's some Wikimedians who really want to find some space in the library to convene and meet. Can you help them out? I said, of course, sure, it sounds great. And so I basically was just the kind of the unknowing kind of handmaid of the meeting space provision. So I actually didn't have enough time to attend most of these meetings, but I was there, and I kind of take some pleasure in being this sort of, this early kind of grazing contact that, in a way, in retrospect, was sort of foreshadowing this much deeper involvement. And I did find one picture on Commons that I'm pretty sure is me. Not paying nearly enough attention, not in any way processing the magnitude and the kind of the profundity of what was being discussed in that room. And so I'm very humbled and sort of tickled by this strange kind of footnote in my history. So a lot of the projects we did at the New York Public Library were kind of looking at material that had, in most cases, already been digitized, maybe been digitized for some time, and was sort of occupying sort of first wave digital platforms the library had put out. So I was given the opportunity to form a small lab and start exploring how can we extend the digital life cycle of these objects? How can we explore something beyond just placing them on a web page and expecting things to maybe happen? So we started to develop some crowdsourcing projects around interesting bodies of material that we sense might have opportunities, based on research inquiries that have come in, uses of the collection that happen physically, we sense might have kind of data riches in them that might be teased out through some kind of crowd participation. So we developed What's on the Menu in 2011, which is one of the first library crowdsourcing projects. And it was basically an effort to build a database of culinary history and economic trends and language trends from this incredible restaurant menu collection that the library had amassed for well over a century. This is just a glimpse of the interface. So it was a very discrete, small, broken down task flow, and it was very successful. You know, well over 1 million dishes were transcribed, a data set was created, an API, exports. It was sort of modeling what can a library be when it becomes an API, a platform, for further developing these collections and using them in new contexts. We were also kind of doing imaginative explorations of new experiences that might collide in the internet medium, of old photographic vernaculars and new internet media like GIFs. So created a site called the Stereogranimator that allowed you to make animated GIFs or 3D anaglyphs out of these stereographs and produce things like this. So I love this as sort of like 1890s and 1990s kind of coming together. And we also use Flickr's API, kind of getting a taste of what a more integrative heritage platform might look like and make possible, and pulled in other collections through the simple use of just a tag applied to these collections, and allowed other collections to participate in this tool. We were doing a lot of work with urban geographical records and maps, and built tools and worked with others to build tools to align historical maps with the contemporary streetscape of New York, which could allow new kinds of research and social science. And then went further to try to get the building footprints, to really reconstruct the building level layers of New York over the centuries. And this is a crowdsourcing tool we developed called Building Inspector. Kill time, make history was the tagline. And there was the idea of this bite-sized task of basically validating the machine's reading of where are the building footprints. And you could identify, you could validate these, and it would push them into new task queues where you could transcribe and fix and so on. And actually, some of these tools have been brought into the wiki community. Susanna got a grant to actually re-implement the map warper in the wiki environment, which I think the full potential of that is still largely unexplored, but I really think that could be a really interesting extension of the Commons workflows. We did wacky things like building tools for generating algorithmic cover art for ebooks, public domain ebooks that didn't have cover art. So dipping into the images that were in these Project Gutenberg titles, or generating kind of abstractions based on the lettering and the titles and the authors. was a very, we kind of were like sort of this artist workshop inside the library, working with curators, developing these projects. And develop more kind of advanced structured transcription projects to get structured data out of amazing old records like mortgage deeds and bank records that could help people do genealogical research and social history. And these tools were all open sourced, and others, including the Library of Congress, a project that Kate mentioned yesterday, have used these tools to build their own crowdsourcing projects. So not necessarily building the full platform, but lowering the bar to more experimentation, putting ideas out into the library community. We did an amazing project with collecting oral histories through our branch library system. This is working with our adult education department, and created a kind of a repository of these memories. And then figured out ways to get automatic transcripts out of these audio recordings, and develop crowdsourcing tools to help fix and clean those transcripts. We open source these tools. John, this is the thing I was mentioning. It's been used by organizations like the Moth to kind of develop polished searchable transcripts of their story archives. Doing these experiments, kind of activating the digital collections, kind of allowed us to grow the team, and we were invited to rethink some of the core platforms. So we got to redesign our digital collections website. We were involved in helping build the first library's first proper collections API. And finally, and I think this is probably the most lasting contribution we were able to make, we were able to kind of shift the policies by making this argument for extended reuse of the collections, seeing digitization as a beginning, not an endpoint. We were able to kind of change the policies around our collections and do a big public domain release in 2016. And it was accompanied by visualizations, demo projects, kind of code utilities to allow people to really make new use. So not just announcing a big number and a big kind of content drop, but really inviting people to make new things out of this. And actually, one of the kind of results of this was that a few days after the release, one of the really fascinating collections, this collection of motor guides for Black Americans in the Jim Crow era that allowed them to safely navigate the country, find businesses that would serve them, hotels that would house them, gas stations that would pump their gas. This digitization and this publicity around this effectively republished these artifacts into contemporary conversation. And I don't have definitive proof that it showed up on the homepage of Wikipedia during Martin Luther King's birthday, but it seemed to be, we were sort of feeding the zeitgeist with this act of very open-armed, open digitization. So all these projects were part of an effort to reimagine the library, an institution created well before the digital age, as rather than as a kind of all-enclosing repository, but as a node on a larger network. And when it was time to leave the library, there were some leadership changes, it was time to go. All I could think about was, how do I now work on building that network, on collecting those, connecting those nodes? So this is sort of the image that was in my head. How can I work on that? And Wikimedia did come to mind, but I wasn't sure what was the way in. I wasn't a very active community member. And fortunately, a job was posted. It seemed to kind of more or less fit, seeing the shape of opportunity that I was imagining. And here I am today. So I feel very, very lucky to be given this opportunity to start building out this path of the foundation, figuring out how we as a community can go to this next stage of our work. So that brings us to the slightly more scripted part of my talk, because these ideas might get away from me. So I've only been here for a little over a year, but I think I've been to a number of Wikimedia conferences, and I think that what I enjoy most about these events is that I always walk away re-energized. I always walk away with kind of a new sense of optimism about what we might accomplish together. And actually my first week on the job was at Wikimania 2017 in Montreal, so it was definitely being hit with the fire hose all at once at the beginning. I didn't quite realize fully at the time, it was a very amazing time to join, because we were just sort of landing on this crystallization of this high-level description of our strategic direction, which is to be the essential infrastructure of the ecosystem of open knowledge, of free knowledge, with these two kind of cardinal concepts of knowledge as a service and knowledge equity. We'll unpack those a bit through this talk. So events like this one, and like Wikimania as well, it feels like they bring our communities together around more focused goals. So I'm excited to discuss further in the weeks and months and years that follow what those goals are and how we can continue to refine them. So knowledge as a service and knowledge equity each ask us to lift our minds out of the particular goals, details, joys, and difficulties of our current projects and plans, to imagine on a longer time scale, to really think about the world we are trying to make together. And these guiding concepts, service and equity, also prompt us to learn from each other about the challenges that face us. and even to discuss alternative interpretations, translations, and framings of these goals, of these words. So I hope that learning from your peer GLAM organizers and institutional allies over this conference weekend has offered you a broader perspective about how we might pursue this direction as a GLAM Wiki community. I hope that you too feel the optimism that I feel in a room like this, in this environment that we've created together, despite how challenging these conversations might sometimes be. The movement direction asks us to take on a world of opportunity. And in that opportunity, we are asked to address some of the most complicated legacies of the knowledge we inherit. Knowledge as a service requires that the Wikimedia movement to commit to the audiences which the knowledge will serve, with communities beyond our existing community practice. The GLAM Wiki community has developed some of the most diverse and at times the most ambitious experiments around using Wikimedia projects to serve others. However, as I think has been visible in the talks we saw this weekend, there is still a long way to go into making it easy to participate in Wikimedia projects as a GLAM professional. Coming in from that sector, it's something I can still see pretty clearly, I think, that there is sort of a barrier that one has to cross and often be invited by an individual kind of connector. We need to improve the technical services, but also the social ones. The facilitation and collaboration approaches, the documentation, this is an oft-repeated refrain, and the articulations of our shared values and shared framings of impact that provide pathways for participation. On the technical services front, projects like Wikidata and Structured Data Commons position us to become a much deeper reciprocal partner to the GLAM community. The semantic web has long seemed like a utopian dream, mainly an area of academic exploration or the domain of black box proprietary platforms like Google Knowledge Graph. This sums it up pretty well. Having some simple interoperable ways of connecting knowledge both within and outside of collections and across institutions has been one of the core efforts of the GLAM sector, particularly the library ecosystem. It's really why metadata exists, to connect and contextualize. Wikidata and the software behind it, Wikibase, offers the possibility of a practical approach to linked data with a human interface, a connector between the vocabularies, languages, and perspectives of the global community. We see this already in the incredible accomplishment, aided by community-built tools, which definitely need more support, of mapping over 3,000 identifiers. This is in the Reasonator tool, which is another way of viewing Wikidata in a more kind of human browsable format. These are controlled name and subject terminologies created by knowledge holders like national libraries, but also popular digital knowledge bases like Quora and MusicBrainz. This already provides a kind of a hub to kind of link the ways we talk about knowledge into a common sort of connecting point. In September, I had the great privilege of attending a Wikibase workshop convened at the New Museum in New York City. And this allowed me and my team, along with some colleagues from Wikimedia Deutschland, to engage with active early adopters of Wikibase in the cultural sector, and some who were actively evaluating it as potentially fulfilling their collections management, discovery, and collaboration needs. It felt a little bit like we were sketching the future of our movement. A decentralized future. This is actually just one item being modeled, so this is not the decentralized future potential, it's one piece of it. A decentralized future for knowledge built on the values and practices our software and communities bring to the world. And as my imagination got going, it felt like we were aiming at something even beyond the idea of partnership, that framing of partners. Something I was talking about with Joao yesterday. It's like we were exploring a truly shared, interoperable way of working, that this was just could become the way that we work, even defining beyond partnership. A joint project to weave together the world's collective heritage. I want to show you a few examples of the projects that were there. This was at the New Museum because it's a host to an organization called Rhizome, which promotes and preserves digital artwork. They've actually been using Wikibase as their catalog system for digital art for going on 2 years. I may be getting that wrong, but for a while now. Before some of the technical barriers were lowered to even setting up a Wikibase instance. And I think we see the potential in Rhizome's use, a more flexible way to model data about new media forms that don't fit so neatly into some of the existing cataloging tools. Another project that was represented there that is using Wikibase is this incredible scholarly project called Enslaved, which is basically trying to unite a bunch of different database projects that collect pieces of the history of the human slave trade. So slave narratives, ships manifest, kind of social science data sets that are not connected. So they're using Wikibase to provide a common vocabulary and a hub between these projects. And a project that's often pointed to, at least in North America and Europe, as a kind of an example of what do you mean by linked open data? This. It's called Linked Jazz. And it's basically been mining oral histories and other sources to kind of map the relationships of the jazz cosmos. Who collaborated with who was influenced by who recorded with who. And they built this incredible growing knowledge graph. And they are now moving this project into Wikibase. So these are incredible signals of adoption that we weren't expecting, that kind of overwhelmed us. And I think that you can see there's this possibility of this balance. Not do everything in Wikidata, have tighter editorial control, maybe model more esoteric forms of data that wouldn't make sense in Wikidata, or you wouldn't want to relentlessly negotiate with a broader community. You can actually manage the way you want to manage it, but still map to Wikidata and share selectively with things that might be of more broader interest, and harvest back and enrich your data. So these are the possibilities we saw in these active projects that were kind of getting off the ground. So what I start to imagine is, imagine if thousands of institutions, websites, and other organizations installed Wikibase for the local storage and management of their structured data, and then use the federation capabilities of Wikibase. These knowledge holders could connect with and be enriched by each other and could map all or selected parts of their knowledge to Wikidata. This is a glimpse of the UX track of the workshop that I participated in, and this really wonderful mock-up of a potential data round-tripping dashboard where an item in a local collection that has been shared with Wikidata, you get sort of pings of things that have changed in the Wikidata environment, and you can sort of choose, oh yeah, I'll take that in, that's actually really helpful. Or you can sort of choose to challenge it, or just sort of let it be. And so we're starting to imagine what else does Wikibase need to be able to do in order to realize this future. And so what we'll continue to do for now is continue to document these use cases, kind of spread some knowledge about these stories, and start to help this community of practice that's emerging to cohere and send stronger signals back to us and the entire Wikimedia movement to figure out how and in what order should we make investments in this. I definitely believe it's a huge opportunity. And this affirmed the impressions I had while at the Europeana Tech Conference. Was anyone here or there? Jens, of course you were there. Wikidata and its software Wikibase can potentially fulfill a fundamental role in building a decentralized GLAM knowledge infrastructure. This was a little kind of live poll at the end of the conference. What were the big themes? What were the big takeaways? What were the kind of big things that people were kind of going away burning with and wanting to learn more about? And organically emerged right there, Wikidata at the center of this cluster. Is that 5 minutes? Wow. I've really miscalibrated my time. So I'm going to just gallop through this. And this is becoming part of like an open stack, you could say, of interoperable tools, practices, and standards that we all collectively need to adopt, the Wikimedia movement and our allies, becoming one joint community practice. And so I'm going to gallop a bit further, faster, so I can make it through in the time. We have to also look at the roles that have made these collaborations possible to date, the pivotal Wikimedian in residence. We need to further research what makes these roles successful, what are the challenges they face, and what are the kind of longer lasting impacts, if there are some. And I know there are in many cases, but sometimes maybe not. And this is Daria presenting yesterday on some of the great research that Wikimedia UK has done that is helping to illuminate this. So how can we spread these best practices further through the movement? And how can we encourage fantastic developments like Wikimedians in residence being made permanent, like at the National Library of Wales, the National Archives of the United States, potentially soon at the Met, and how can we further deeply entwine our practices? We also can adopt other tactics that are being developed in our broader open movement to create kind of first projects, more defined early on-ramps into our space. And the GLAM certificates program being developed by Creative Commons might provide a way to kind of create that open environment, the awareness of the licensing options, the argument for open, that can create a more conducive entry point for our collaboration. And I also think about the potential future of centers of excellence evolving in our community. We all know that Wikimedia Deutschland has been given a great gift to the world in their creation of Wikidata. I also see possibilities in other affiliates who are developing really strong capabilities, in this case technical with our Swedish chapter. This Finding GLAMs project is seeking to create a comprehensive global database of GLAM institutions across the world. And this could provide an essential infrastructure for preservation agencies like UNESCO and others to kind of figure out what collections are at risk by profiling the collections of these institutions based on human conflict factors, climate change, natural disasters. It could also provide a civic infrastructure to weave information about public institutions into digital applications and maps. You might be wondering, what is the library in Antarctica? It's actually an art project. Skip over that. And we also have to contemplate the dimensions of knowledge equity. And I'm just giving you a glimpse of an amazing event I got to go to in the lead up to Wikimania in Cape Town this summer called Decolonizing the Internet, where we got to basically network with other sorts of allies that we're not habitually in contact with. Journalists who are documenting rural India, filmmakers documenting the student movements in South Africa, Wikimedians, open access advocates, librarians, folks who are working in women in tech, building new networks of collaboration, realizing that we have shared values but hadn't yet figured out how to have these conversations together. So building these new networks is, I think, part of this future. This is also about the need to start making space for indigenous knowledge and developing sensitive practices. And this is great work done by our Canadian chapter. And they've developed a fantastic toolbox. So how do we generalize these practices sensitively and appropriately working with indigenous knowledge? Another innovation coming from the broader space is traditional knowledge labels. These are not licenses per se, they're more like signals on how to appropriately engage with indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge outside of its traditional context. And the Library of Congress has actually been a pilot partner in applying this to some of their folkloric recordings. So we can start to see these open practices knitting together at a greater scale. We also need to be considering digitization as a tactic. We have to be careful here. Certain kinds of digitization can introduce risk as well as opportunity, the mishandling of materials. We need to see if we can build these capabilities as a movement. Is this, how primary should this be in venturing into parts of the world where there's this more fundamental obstacle, where things aren't digitized? So we know that we need to study this space. We know we need to build up practices here, but we have to be careful and examine carefully how to do this right. And Wikisource, I'm pretty convinced, needs to be an essential piece of this future. We need to invest more in this platform. And I think it's putting it mildly. And I see this also as an opportunity to kind of learn from, I have this here because just as Loic was saying and Liam was observing, there's nothing in our vision statement that says this must be a wiki or it must be the way we've done it before. I think there's a lot we can learn from the broader space of cultural heritage crowdsourcing, the space that I was coming from, to apply to Wikisource and to other enrichment processes that we need to develop digital knowledge. How can we bring in new users this way? Transcribing a document or checking OCR is a little less intimidating than editing an encyclopedia. We've always known this about Wikisource. How can we expand that, open the doors wider, and bring in more contributors who may grow into more advanced forms of contribution? Another example of a great crowdsourcing project in the universe. And build these into bite-sized tools. And back into other ways of engaging. I think we've seen some promising tactics in the One Lib, One Ref campaign, which can be a really great entry point for librarians into the Wikimedia space. I see some participants. And the organic evolution and adaptation of this tactic in different contexts of the world. The Latin American community said, this is great, but why do it in January? This is a really dead time. People are on vacation. This is not a good time to do it. Let's do it in May. Let's rename it One Bib, One Ref. Let's take these tactics and adapt them into other contexts. So I think these are promising indications of what we can do, learning from each other, adapting and evolving. Here's some glimpses of some different One Lib, One Ref events in very different parts of the world, of the Francophone world, I'll add, Quebec and Cote d'Ivoire. How do we invite other kinds of contributors, like photographers, into some of our most successful modes of engagement and knowledge building, like our Wiki Loves campaigns? How do we expand these further to work with new partners and invite more photographers in the world to take part? Structured data on commons, as I mentioned, is also going to make this, hopefully, easier. But along with this comes building out that social services environment, building the needed documentation, and developing more robust research practices so that we really know that we're building the right things. This is a glimpse of our user research into kind of GLAM archetypes. What do they need to do successful batch upload projects? And we're also going to be consulting with experts who have a great, well-developed perspective on building common heritage platforms, like this post that we recently published, which I encourage you to read. It has some controversial observations about the Commons community's practices. How are these throwing up barriers? How are we not perhaps as diverse a community as we need to be in the Commons context? How are these barriers to building a more collective heritage project? And I think we can learn from these fantastic campaigns that have brought countless new people into the movement, aimed at closing knowledge gaps, like art and feminism, and new forms of GLAM outreach that may not even fit under the banner of GLAM, like the human rights work in Argentina, working with the Park of Memory to surface records of folks who were disappeared in the periods of political terror 2 decades ago. And the community listening practices of Whose Knowledge, a wonderful Wikimedia affiliate, who really have developed great practices for engaging the community first in a conversation. How do you want your knowledge to be shared? Do you want it to be shared? Perhaps the open default is not appropriate in all times. So as we contemplate this road ahead, I think the diversity of the ways that we engage in this heritage has diversified beyond explicitly what we are doing with GLAM institutions. As Catherine mentioned in her talk yesterday, that perhaps overly narrow definition. Perhaps first we need to ask, what identity are we representing about our work? How do we communicate it to each other and to the world? If we want to invite new participants, how do we translate the meaning of GLAM Wiki as this diverse set of practices and relationships visible in a conference like this, or in the GLAM Wiki newsletter? It's something that speaks to all memory and cultural knowledge holders, whether an institution or an individual activist. We may have to describe GLAM outreach as part of a larger direction around heritage and memory, or as Rodrigo from Wikimedia Uruguay is engaging me and has been framing it, around human and cultural rights. Perhaps these are framings that can be useful to expand this conversation and this practice. These ideas feel urgent and true for our institutional partners, but also more expansive. They paint a space big enough to hold the potential of our working together. Perhaps the next gatherings hosted by the Wikimedia community, like this conference, should address these questions more directly. We can invite more actors in the broader Open GLAM community and other kinds of knowledge holders whom we have not yet engaged about which heritage and whose heritage our shared tactics should support. So, to conclude, let us go out full of inspiration and of ideas from this conference and strike up these hard conversations that will build space for new voices. Thank you. And I just want to say on this topic, thank you. Just a few quick words. Thank you for bearing with my perhaps overstuffed talk and my navigation of that. Also, thank you to the Wikimedia Israel team for organizing this fantastic conference. I want to give a shout out to Gittit, Devor, Karen, and of course Mikal. Our wonderful keynote speakers, Catherine and Loic, who may still be here. Yeah. Yes. Another hand of applause. Another round of applause. And last, but certainly not least, the wise, judicious, and generous program committee. Shani, Jane, Andrew, and double, triple thanks to Andrew for the streaming and audio and video recording. Basia, Joao, and Neta. And so I believe we have a next segue.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you everyone for taking the time to be here. You come from basically 30 countries and from across Israel. It's been a pleasure to host you. The program is basically over now, although we have an awesome tour waiting for you in Jerusalem right after lunch. On behalf of the program committee, I can say that we thank you, Ben, for this wonderful wrap-up of the whole conference. We were trying to tell the story of GLAM today. We hope that wherever you are, whatever your experience was, you found yourself in that story and you were able to take inspiration and give inspiration to others. And we hope you enjoyed it. So thank you so much, everyone.
Lunch, everyone.
Great job.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah?
Yeah.
That kind of went out the
I
window.
didn't know you worked with Bob Stein. I'm a huge fan of his.
If you are part of the Cuteness Association, please do not forget your cute little
Do you know
animal
the
here.
products or do you know him?
I worked with him slightly at Columbia University when he had his little kind of multimedia authoring tool.
Are you gonna make it to
Oh,
Hot
TK3? Yeah.
Unfortunately not.
So when I
at
joined that
11
project,
tonight.
he was trying to figure out how to build further TK. We'll actually build the next thing, but we were using TK3 to evaluate what does this really need to do.
Right.
Thank you.
I think shot you in the back of the
But then it became
Okay.
totally.
Let's do something.
Your vision is amazing.
Okay.
No problem. But I mentioned, I managed to mention the Eurovision Song Contest. Yay, I did it. Was that a bet? Sorry, did you take my other?
Yeah, do have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.